we ready? I call this August 6th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting to order. Thank you for joining us tonight. We have a nice crowd, and we do appreciate when people show up. It means that you care about what happens in the city, and we like to hear you. We facilitate a public process for zoning matters and pass them on to council to make the final decision. And whatever we consider tonight and pass on will be heard by City Council on August 24th, 2026. So come back and participate in that process also. Kathy, I think you had something to share with us.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. So the first item that we have two different workshop items, a little unusual before a public hearing, but the reason we wanted to put those on the agenda is just the different questions that we had through the Citizen Zoning Information Meeting process. So these will be information only. There won't be public comment or discussion with the Planning Commission. So the first one will be Josh Cohen, and he is with CAA Icon, and he is a sports consultant that the city has worked with over the last couple of years. So I think that that information will be important for the public to hear what we've been working on. And then also, the second one will be the tax allocation district. And the reason we want the KB advisory to talk about the tax allocation district is there were a lot of questions at CZIM I don't think were answered. We didn't have some of the experts in the room. And those were questions about, is a new tax being created? So we thought it was good for him to talk about what a tax is and why we created that tax. Of course, this information has no bearing on the public hearing application before you, but since these questions were brought up at the public meetings, we thought it would be good to just have a brief workshop, if that's okay with you.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners and Chairman. So I'm Josh Cohen. I'm with CAA Icon. I'm a president with the Strategic Advisory Group within CAA Icon. We have been working with the city and the Development Authority over the past couple of years to really help them understand and help you all understand what are the potential sports and entertainment alternatives that could be attracted to the city of Alpharetta, as well as to the greater Atlanta market. Just as a little background, CAA Icon is a division of CAA Sports. We are the leading owner's rep and project management, as well as strategic advisory firm for stadium and arena developments, public and private entertainment facility owners and operators, as well as leagues, teams, and others. We've worked on other 55 sports entertainment projects, over 2,500 consulting engagements, and with nearly $45 billion of sports and entertainment facilities under our belt. We pride ourselves in our independence and objectivity, so we're here to protect the city's interests and to not necessarily advocate for one position or another, but to tell you what the real demand is for a sports and entertainment facility. So as I mentioned, we had started our work with the city back in 2023, and we were asked to evaluate what are the potential opportunities to bring sports to the North Point Mall development. We looked at a number of various sports, including the NHL, National Women's Soccer League, before they were expanded to Atlanta, USL Championship, USL League One, US Super League, which is the Women's Soccer League, and other sports. In 2025, we came back to the city and were engaged to evaluate the feasibility of an NHL arena, as well as an NHL team. I think it's important to note when we're saying evaluate the NHL team and the NHL arena, it's not just the NHL. It is all the other events, concerts, family shows, community events that could be attracted to the market. So as you probably all know, the NHL is currently comprised of 32 teams. Recently went through a expansion in 2021 with the Seattle team. Most recently in 2024, the Arizona Coyotes relocated to Salt Lake City. When the NHL is looking at expansion or relocation for that matter, they're generally looking at four major categories. Ownership group, who's the ownership group? Is it a stable and financially secure ownership group? Is the market supporting of hockey? what's the arena solution? You need a suitable and modern arena, either open or a plan for that arena, and then as well as how does the new market expand the league's footprint? There's a number of different leagues or different markets that have been rumored to be interested in the next NHL team, Atlanta being one of them. The NHL has been in the Atlanta market previously, as we all are aware. It's been home to 2 teams in the past. The Flames relocated back in 1980, and the Thrashers relocated back in 2011, about 15 years ago. Both those teams and their departures were not necessarily driven by the market. There was ownership instability, and which led to some of the relocation. When you think about the market here in the greater Atlanta area, since 2011 when the Thrashers left, the market has exploded in growth. It's grown by 20% in those 15 years, and just in the population base. Major companies have been attracted to the region, in particular in Alpharetta. Those companies are moving here because of the lower cost of doing business, the low cost of living, the talent pool, and the infrastructure that's in place. When we look at the feasibility of an arena, we look at the demographics through 4 different designations. One being the CSA designation, which is the combined statistical area, which is more of a larger market area. We also look at it on an adjusted basis so we can understand if the market's diluted with teams or not. And then we also look at the geographic rings and drive time designation. Those last 2 are very important. We're thinking about Alpharetta because what we'll do is we take the spot of North Point Mall, draw the rings around it, look at the drive time around the North Point Mall to really understand what the immediate catchment area is. So when you think about the CSA designation, you can look here where you see the Atlanta market. This is the greater Atlanta market with over 7 million people. This signifies a relatively large market in terms of population, households, TV market, and a strong corporate base, comparable to markets such as Dallas, Boston, the Florida, which is in Sunrise team, Toronto, and Philadelphia. Interestingly, also, when you look at the income levels, though, the Atlanta market is about in the middle of the NHL teams. That's offset, though, by that low cost of living that we discussed earlier. When we look at this market and you adjust it by the number of teams, you can see that the market starts to drift down to 17th in overall rank. This is now comparable to Chicago, Edmonton, Vancouver, DC, as well as the Florida team. You can also see that the number of companies here, and particularly the number of Fortune 1000 companies, when it's divided by the number of teams, still ranks in the top 10 of all NHL markets. It's another strong indicator. When we start getting into the regional demographics and right around the Alpharetta site, this is where we first look at the 25-mile ring. As illustrated here, the population base does start to drop down into that 3 million plus 3 to 4 million range. This now ranks 13th overall, so a slight dip from where we are when we looked at the greater market area, but still relatively close now to the NHL average. This is also comparable to markets like in Boston or Detroit or the Florida team as well. Lastly, we also looked at the 30-minute drive time. And the 30-minute drive time is centered around the point of the North Point Mall. How far can you get, or where can people come from on a 30-minute drive to get to the arena site? At this point, the market is slightly smaller. It gets down to 24th now with about 1.4 million people. This is comparable, though, to markets such as Tampa Bay, Vancouver, Seattle, and above markets, successful markets like Raleigh and Nashville. There is a lot of competition in this market. I think we all acknowledge that, particularly with State Farm Arena. State Farm Arena you'll be a competition with State Farm on number of events that come to the market, sponsorship and corporate support. You'll also be competing with Gas South Arena to a limited extent, as well as the planned facility that's being constructed at Centennial Yards. You also have the competition for Mercedes-Benz Stadium and Truist Park, but those facilities won't compete as much for arena events as State Farm Arena. This is a visual representation of the relationship between market size and non-tenant events. So non-tenant events being all your live events, concerts, family shows, community events. When you look at this graph, you can see here where the Atlanta market really over indexes compared to some of the comparables. Only markets such as Dallas, Chicago, and Seattle have outperformed Atlanta over the last number of 6 years in this graph. it is telling that the market has that much support for live events with only one facility. There are other markets like Miami and San Francisco and San Jose market that have multiple major league arenas, and Atlanta does perform better than those. As we were going through our market demand analysis and understanding what the demand is for events and attendance, based upon our review of comparable information, our review of market demographics and such, the number of events likely is in the 100 range here, drawing about over 1.2 million people to the arena. This does not include any additional meetings, conferences, banquets that will be happening at the facility, as well as any potential additional events at a training facility or a small amphitheater or small arena in the immediate vicinity. There will be lots of different ways of configuring this arena, so it's not just for hockey. When these arenas are designed, they're designed for other events. You want to attract from all over the region, from all different demographics, to make sure that you are hitting and being attractive to whether that's concerts, family shows, live events, or sporting events, women's sports, men's sports. They can all be accommodated in an arena this size. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for the information.
Thank you, and if it's okay with the chairman and the commission, I'll ask Gary Monchion to come forward. He's with KB Advisory, and he has a short presentation also.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. I've been asked to be high level and brief in terms of talking about what the tax allocation district is, why it was created, what it would do for the redevelopment of North Point, what it doesn't do. So I'm going to try to be very quick in going through this. Just some basic information, like what is a tax allocation district? Well, TADs were created under the Georgia Redevelopment Powers Law, and it's basically Georgia's version of tax increment financing, which is called TIF. TIF is used all over the country in all 50 states. Tax allocation districts are kind of Georgia's unique way to use this tool. And basically all it is a geography. TAD is an eligible geography or district where a city, county, or a city, in the case of a city council, in the case of a city, or a county commission, in the case of an unincorporated area, makes three determinations. One, they determine that the economic conditions in that area are not what the community would like them to be. It's underperforming, it's blighted, or any other number of reasons that the area is not performing as the local government would like. It determines that the use of tax increment financing would be helpful, is needed to turn conditions around, and most importantly, it adopts a plan and defines how TIF can be used within that geography in accordance with that plan. And the City Council in Alpharetta adopted such a plan at the end of 2005. A lot of people say, I wish, the state legislature had not defined tax allocation districts with the word tax in them, because that's the word people focus on. The operative word is really allocation. It's not tax. It simply enables a community to allocate how future property tax increment or growth generated within the boundaries of that district can be used within that district rather than being used for general fund purposes, either citywide or countywide general fund purposes. Typically in Georgia, only the real estate tax is pledged to a tax allocation district. The law enables all ad valorem taxes, or many ad valorem taxes, to be used for this purpose, like business personal property taxes, certain sales taxes, et cetera. But in most cases, 90+% of the time, only real estate taxes are pledged to a tax allocation district. So all other revenue sources that typically go to a municipal government inside of TAD continue to go for general fund purposes and not necessarily redevelopment. And then finally, tax increment can only be used for capital costs, not for operations. You can build a fire station with TAD funds, you just can't pay for the staffing and operation of that, for example. And in Georgia, consent of the county and school district are voluntary. And consent is usually discussed, is always discussed after the plan is adopted and the TAD is put in place. And increasingly in Georgia, counties and school districts don't even want to talk about consent until they know what the projects might be. So that's the main reason why consent has not been granted to this point. So how are TAD revenues typically used? And they're usually, first thing to keep in mind that it only generates revenue if redevelopment happens. There are a number of these districts in Georgia that were created and nothing's ever happened. So there's been no city money contributed, no county money contributed, no school district, because there just hasn't been any growth. And so what happens if there is growth, that it enables the local government to use revenues above the base digest of the district for redevelopment purposes. And the base digest in the North Point TAD, which is larger than the North Point Mall, and I'll show you a map in a minute, that base digest was about $261 million. So in the future, taxes levied on that that $261 million will continue to be used for city taxes, will be used for city general fund purposes, and that was about $1.3 million last year. So as long as the millage rates kind of stay within where they are, there'll always be plus or minus $1.3 million generated from the TAD for general fund purposes. And so in the future, if digest increases and there are taxes over and above that amount, that will be used for redevelopment purposes. And the specific uses of that increment are determined by future decisions of the City Council, consistent with what the redevelopment plan says. And TADs usually exist until all redevelopment costs are paid. That is typically more than 30 years. Again, 99% of the time, TADs are dissolved within 30 years or less. And so what are eligible redevelopment costs? Well, they typically fall into one of three categories. One, it's used to demolish obsolete buildings or deal with high site development costs to make it financially feasible to do redevelopment. Sometimes communities, there are projects where there's perfectly reasonable market uses for real estate within the TAD, but the community decides they want a different kind of development. They want more quality, more density, a different kind of use than the market would provide. So their TADs are incentives to get communities the type and quality of development that they desire, as identified in prior plans. And the third is to finance public improvements to support redevelopment, things like roads, utilities, parks, pedestrian amenities, trails, any number of things that communities need to invest in to make it feasible to develop a piece of real estate to a higher level than it would have if these improvements did not exist. And all of those kind of general purposes exist at North Point. They're all relevant to the North Point TAD, and financing or funding these types of uses may or may not require the issuance of bonds. Many times bonds are issued, many times they're not. So the next two slides just talk about, okay, what was the City Council's reasoning for establishing a TAD at North Point, and how does it qualify? So basically, the impetus for the North Point TAD came out of all the planning the city's done over the last 20 plus years. The city's future land use map designates North Point as a redevelopment target area within the city of Alpharetta. It talks about wanting to transition this area over time from what it is today, which is an auto-centric retail and office district to something that's more mixed use. That's been in your plans going back, the first time I read it was back in 2008. So in 2019, the city created North Point TAD number 2 to help achieve the vision that was set in the LCI studies and the comprehensive plan update. And that was passed in 2019, and of course, 3 months later, COVID happened and values declined, and so the city council dissolved that TAD in 2022 or 2023, sometime in that time frame, and it was replaced by the current tax allocation district, which is about 50 acres smaller than the one that was created back in 2019. So why does North Point qualify? Well, in Georgia, you cannot create a tax allocation district unless it qualifies under several criteria of the state law, and there are 2 criteria that North Point meets. One is called an adequate infrastructure, and again, the infrastructure that's there today can support a 1.5 million square foot shopping mall and a bunch of office towers, but it's not suitable for a mixed-use district. So the infrastructure is inadequate for pedestrians, for to accommodate more population, et cetera. That was made clear in the previous LCI studies the city has done. And also the economic conditions within North Point, compared to the rest of Alpharetta, are really lagging. The rents are declining, vacancies are up, the mall is not performing. So under the economic criteria, the area clearly qualifies as well. And this slide just gives you a little bit of evidence to that. Since the 9 parcels that make up the North Point Mall, which total about 94 acres, and it's about 18% of the total land area inside the tax allocation district, the taxable value and the resulting tax digest and revenues, property tax revenues coming out of those mall parcels have declined by more than 50% since 2019. And, that's a pretty precipitous decline. It's more than 10% a year. And there's no evidence that that's going to turn around without the city doing something to help it turn around. And when real estate taxes go down 50%, you pretty much know that personal property taxes associated with the tenants in that facility, as well as sales and sales tax revenues, have also declined by similar, probably higher percentages over that same period. And beyond what's just happening in North Point, it's clear that regional and super regional malls around the country are struggling right now. And communities all over the U.S. are trying to figure out what to do with them. And they nearly all involve some form of public incentives or public financing or participation. And in Georgia alone, there's just, there's Gwinnett Place Mall, which Gwinnett County ended up buying. There's North DeKalb Mall, which is currently under redevelopment. There are malls in Gainesville, LaGrange, Dalton, and Rome, Athens, among others, that have all established tax allocation districts to help those malls redevelop. So this is a growing and widespread problem that needs the public sector to help address. So these are the boundaries of the North Point tax allocation district. The mall parcels are inside that dashed line. As I said, the base digest of the TAD is about $261 million. And the mall makes up, 100 acres, less than 100 acres out of that total. And so why were the boundaries drawn in this way? Why wasn't it not just confined to the mall? What we tried to do is 2 things. We tried to capture some increment from other ongoing investments that are taking place inside that same area. And we wanted to include parcels that if the mall site redevelops to a high level, that those parcels would also benefit and would also increase in value over time. And then finally, we wanted to make sure that if there are other public improvements that are necessary to make all this happen, we included the other geography where those public investments might occur. So that's why the TAD was drawn at 650 acres instead of 95. And the last slide, which appears to be missing. Oh, there it is. So again, just to conclude, that the city council created this district, again, a year ago, just to anticipate that the city would need to financially support in some manner the future redevelopment of the North Point area. How much that might be, how it would be leveraged, those decisions are to be determined based on future actions of the city council. And if done right, and I have every confidence that Alpharetta will make good decisions, a TAD can help to improve the long-term outcome from rezoning and redevelopment at less cost to taxpayers. That's the objective, to do it at less cost to taxpayers than would be possible otherwise. Certainly avoiding having to buy the real estate in 5 or 10 years if things continue to deteriorate. Hopefully we can avoid that in this case. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful information. We are now going to start considering the first item on the agenda. Before we do that, I'm going to ask Ella to read the public hearing process.
An individual requesting to be heard on a matter related to the purpose of the hearing must be recognized by the chair before addressing the commission. Upon rising to speak, the speaker must identify himself or herself and furnish a home or business address before proceeding with any comments or remarks. The commission will allow the proponents a total of 10 minutes to speak in support of an application. Opponents will be allowed 10 minutes to speak in opposition. Comments are accepted first from the applicant, followed by persons speaking in favor, and then from those in opposition. Upon conclusion of any opposing comments or presentations, the chair will allow the applicant to offer rebuttal if any time is remaining in the original allotted 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. We start with a presentation by staff for every application, and then we'll ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation. After that, I'll open the meeting for public comment. Those in favor will come first, and then those opposed. And then we'll ask the applicant for a rebuttal, and then I'll turn it over to the board for consideration. What Ella just said is that the applicant and those who are in support will have 10 minutes, and those in opposition will also have 10 minutes. If there is a need for additional time, we will have equal time for both parties. With that said, who is coming first? Michael? All right, please come forward.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Before I go into the presentation, I did want to just clarify that we will have three presentations, three presenters as part of the staff presentation. I'm going to address the applicant's request, information about the location. I'll go over the site plan. Then I will discuss the comprehensive plan and the North Point planning studies that relate to this proposal. Then Kathy Cook will come forward to address open space, for rent, office, and hotel uses. Kathy will also address public safety. And then we will have our traffic engineer, Brian Bullock, go over parking and traffic. And then I will wrap it up with going over our review criteria, as well as the concurrence, the community zoning information meeting, and citizen participation plans, and then I'll go through the staff recommended conditions. All right.
Thank you.
So good evening. The request before you this evening is a request for master plan amendment, rezoning, conditional use, and variances to allow for the redevelopment of North Point Mall with a mixed-use sports and entertainment district consisting of a 20,000-seat NHL hockey arena, 2,000-seat practice community ice sheet, 565,000 square feet of commercial uses, which does include 342,000 square feet of existing commercial anchors, 750,000 square feet of office, 1,385 for rent dwelling units, 1,139-seat cinema, a 4,000-seat music hall, 650 hotel rooms, which would include a 30,000 square foot conference center within the hotel. And then the development would have about 27 acres of open space, and the property is just under 100 acres, and it is located in the North Point overlay. The proposed residential density is 14.04 dwelling units per acre. A master plan amendment is requested to the North Point Master Plan to amend the development mix at the property. Rezoning is requested from PSC, Planned Shopping Center, to MU Mixed Use. And there are conditional uses to allow dwelling for rent use, also to increase the allowable residential density, and to increase the non-residential building height. We have variances to allow the MARTA Express Lane Transit and the multi-use trail to be located in the Georgia 400 buffer. Variance to reduce the MU office percentage, to modify block access and streetscape requirements, to allow off-site parking greater than 500 feet from the property, and to increase residential building height. And I do have the location map on the overhead. This property is located at 1,000 North Point Parkway, 4,500 North Point Place, 0 and 5,000 North Point Drive, 2,000 and 6,000 North Point Circle, and 0 Rock Mill Road. The surrounding properties are all zoned PSC, Planned Shopping Center. Surrounding properties are Sonesta Suites to the northeast, Regional Stormwater Facility to the east. There are commercial out parcels to the south of the property, Encore Commons, the Acesso office buildings on the west side, and then, of course, Georgia 400 along the north side of the development. The comprehensive land use plan designation of the property is mixed use, which does support the applicant's proposed mixed use development. As I mentioned, this is part of the North Point Mall master plan. That master plan was approved in 1990, allowing a 1.4 million square foot regional shopping mall. There have been a few master plan amendments over the years at the mall master plan. One of those to create creative office space within the mall for spaces. And then more recently, a master plan amendment that was approved was for the redevelopment of the Sears anchor with a new mixed-use development. That development included 304 rent units. However, those units did revert to 300 for sale units in 2022. As I mentioned, there are conditional uses to allow dwelling for rent and to increase residential density. So within the North Point overlay, we have what's called priority areas, where the North Point LCI density priority area. In those areas, applicants can request to increase density above the max density permitted in the underlying zoning district. The MU zoning district would limit density to 8 units per acre, and of course the applicant is asking for 14 units per acre. The criteria to be considered would be conformance with the North Point LCI, the comprehensive plan, and other relevant planning studies. We also had a conditional use request to increase the maximum non-residential building height from 4 stories and 60 feet, which is part of the North Point overlay in our code. And the applicant is asking to increase that height to 20 stories. That would be for the 2 hotel buildings. And we did look at the surrounding properties and found that the surrounding master plans, the surrounding master plan is North Point Business Center master plan, allow building heights up to 20 and 30 stories in those master plans. The applicant is proposing a maximum height of 4 stories for commercial, 7 stories for parking garage, 14 stories for office. As I mentioned, the 2 hotels at maximum 20 stories, 2 of the 5 residential buildings at 20 stories. The other 3 would be no taller than 7 stories. The NHL Arena, 170 feet, and the Music Hall and Cinema, 80 feet. These are the applicant's requested variances, again, to reduce the reduce the minimum mixed-use office percentage. So we require a minimum 25% of the development to be office, and the applicant is asking to reduce that from 25% to 17.4%. As mentioned, the Acesso office buildings are 4 office buildings just to the west of the site, representing just over 500,000 square feet of existing office. The other request is to allow off-site parking greater than 500 feet. The applicant provided this graphic at a recent community zoning information meeting demonstrating a 15-minute walk from the North Point site. To modify the streetscape types, so the applicant, we do have streetscape types in the North Point overlay as well as the development framework plan. The applicant provided these streetscape types. This is the primary street that runs down the middle of the development, and then your secondary streets. And so this is what the applicant is proposing. This primary street, you can see the Alpha Loop is located on one side of that primary spine street down the middle of the development. Variance to increase maximum residential building height from 4 stories to 20 stories. Again, that is for 2 of 5 residential buildings. The other buildings would have a max height of 7 stories. Again, adjacent properties allow up to 20 and 30 stories. The applicant is also asking to modify block and access requirements as they are proposed on the site plan. They are maintaining the ring road around the mall, and that constrains them to meet certain requirements with regard to block and access requirements in the overlay. And then the final variance is to allow the MARTA, ELT, or express lane transit and propose multi-use trail, which is the Alpha Loop within the Georgia 400 buffer. As you know, in the North Point overlay is considered an eco-district. We do have eco-district measures required within that area. The applicant provided this document. Of course, we will assess the eco-district measures will be assessed by staff and approved by staff during the land disturbance permit and building permit process. But these are examples of the types of measures that the applicant would like to seek. And there are a couple more on the back side of this page. And then I'd like to take you through the applicant's proposed site plan. So this is the applicant's proposed site plan for the mixed-use sports and entertainment district. As you can see in the northeast quadrant of the site plan, you have the hockey arena, the music hall, the full-service hotel, and there's structured parking in this area as well. In the northwest quadrant of the site, you have the team practice and ice sheets at this location, the cinema, the hybrid hotel. The red boxes represent retail restaurant. And then there's a structured parking deck in the back with a vertiport. Vertiport is the use that we just recently codified. That is not a heliport. It's not used by helicopters. Vertiport is used by the eVTOLs. It's the alternative fuel vehicles. In the southwest quadrant of the site, you have the existing Von Maur, Dillard's, and the structured parking deck and surface areas, which will remain in that quadrant. And then in the southeast quadrant, you have the 5 residential buildings depicted in the orange here with, they all have structured parking attached to them. And then there's also office over retail at this location as well. As you can see, access to the site will remain, so the North Point Circle will remain in its current configuration, and the driveways that feed into North Point Circle will all remain and provide access to the site. Here on the north end of the site, you can see the future MARTA ELT, or Express Lane Transit Stop. So this is a planned MARTA ELT stop. This was planned well before this project. It is not put there for this project. That was in the works prior to this submittal. To get those folks at the MARTA ELT, there will be an elevated connection over to the property, and that elevated connection will also become part of our Alpha Loop system. So you can see the Alpha Loop system coming into the site. It traverses the primary east-west storefront street and connects over to North Point Center East, which the city has plans for the Alpha Loop here, as well as along Encore, connecting down to the Big Creek Greenway. And then also the Alpha Loop connects to North Point Parkway, going south through the site here. The Sports and Entertainment District is really kind of concentrated on this east-west spine road that goes down the middle of the development. The tallest buildings within the development have been centered have been situated in the center of the development, with buildings going lower as you get closer to the ring road. And then sidewalks will be provided throughout the development as well, connecting out to North Point Circle as well. I'm going to skip over the open space section because Ms. Cook will be addressing that section, but we do typically look at trees. Of course, on this site, the only trees that are going to be on the site are existing parking lot trees. So there would be really minimal impacts from this redevelopment on trees. The regional stormwater facility is located on the east side of the development, and the development would utilize that for their stormwater. That stormwater area would also be improved as a multi-purpose stormwater park. So it would function as stormwater facility as well as a public park. I don't want to take too much away from the applicant's ability to show these renderings, but I'll just quickly show you the renderings that have been provided to the city. So this is a bird's eye view of the development looking from the east, looking west. And this is within the development. You'll note here in the picture, the carousel within the mall has been repurposed within the development, and the applicant has committed to doing that. This is within the development meant to show streetscapes, and you can see the Alpha Loop here. And then this is another bird's eye view from the west side of the development looking east. And then I wanted to go over the comprehensive plan and North Point planning studies and how they relate to this development. So as you know, we've just recently adopted our 2045, Horizon 2045 comprehensive plan. In that plan, the community identified 4 major themes, including North Point. What we heard is that we needed to capitalize on a catalytic redevelopment of the mall property to benefit reinvestment of surrounding properties. We need to create a more connected district, improving walkability, positioning North Point to capture reinvestment and redevelopment, differentiating North Point from Avalon and downtown, and then enhancing the district through placemaking, providing public space, park, and entertainment. This is our future land use map, and you can see this is the North Point area here. The future land use is mixed use, And the North Point area is designated as the #1 focus area based on the feedback that we received from the public, and that area as a growth opportunity. So we had many surveys during the comprehensive plan. We had almost 58 of respondents say that the North Point area will be have the biggest impact on Alpharetta over the next 10 years. We also asked people where they thought that future growth and redevelopment should be focused. This is the North Point area here. 77% of the survey respondents placed a dot east of Georgia 400, and most of those went into the North Point area. This slide was interesting just based on the fact that the buildings in North Point, many of the buildings in North Point are reaching their life cycle 30 to 50 years old, and it's time for reinvestment. Also, like this graphic, indicating that don't necessarily like it, but it's indicated that the traffic to North Point, visits to North Point have dropped 38% since 2019. And then we went through the comprehensive plan, we went through our goals, policies, and strategies, and where the applicant's proposal is consistent or furthers these areas. And I'll go over them because there's many areas where this applicant's proposal is consistent with policies or strategies in the comprehensive plan. You can see with the housing element prioritizing high-density development along Georgia 400 and the North Point area, encouraging with the economic development element, encouraging a variety of mobility options, maintaining a healthy and attractive retail environment, and implementing the North Point Creative Placemaking Plan. I'll show you a graphic regarding placemaking. The land use element, ensuring that land use decisions are consistent with the comprehensive plan, so the applicant's proposal is consistent with the future land use and many of these policies and strategies. Guide development to areas where infrastructure is available. So the infrastructure, especially the road traffic, the road infrastructure is there for a regional mall and would support this sports and entertainment district. Support the expansion of employment centers. We know Alpharetta is a huge employment center in the North Fulton area, highest densities along Georgia 400, and then promoting redevelopment of highway corridors, and North Point Parkway, of course, is named. And then planning for a regional draw. And entertainment was mentioned in North Point. The transportation element, increased transportation, accessibility, and mobility, providing multimodal transportation options, expanding walkability, sidewalks, trails, providing transportation alternatives to reduce vehicular trips. As it relates to the natural, historic, cultural resources element, enhancing connectivity to the community destinations, encouraging public art, encouraging arts and culture event venues, and balancing amenity and civic space. And finally, community services and facilities, having infrastructure that keeps pace with growth, enhancing quality of life, provision of green space, parks, recreation facilities, and cultural opportunities, and again, promoting walkable communities. Real quickly, this is from our creative placemaking plan for North Point. I think it's a graphic that shows how close the mall is to our Bay Creek Greenway, the existing transportation infrastructure, conveniently placed adjacent to Georgia 400 between two interchanges at Haynes and Mansell. These are some of the creative placemaking concepts for the North Point area, and the applicant would likely be placing structures like these or similar within the development. This is a graphic from the most recent plan that was approved, the North Point Development Framework Plan, and I really like this because I think it shows all the planning that we have put into the North Point area, about 20 years of planning, starting out with the North Point Livable Centers Initiative in 2008, creative placemaking plan, update to the LCI. We've created design guidelines, and most recently, this development framework plan. And we'll end, before I turn over to Kathy, on the development framework plan. And you'll see, while the grid here on the mall property doesn't match exactly what the applicant has provided a grid of streets within their development. And with that, I will turn it over to Kathy Cook for her portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Michael.
Chairman and Commissioners, I feel bad that I also have white slides with black letters. It looks like that we're going to have to put a darker background so that they can be seen better, so I apologize for that. But I'll briefly go over and build on what Michael, and I don't know if I can make that any better. It just looks so.
We can see it clearly.
You can? Okay. I don't know that does that make it, is it okay?
It's good.
Okay. So with the North Point, I'm going to talk about the open space parks and the Alpha Loop, and building upon the plans that, of course, were created over the years. And we've heard a lot of public comment about we want this to be green. So it's very important that we make sure that what we approve or recommend to be approved is green. And when we looked at North Point Mall, of course, when we went through all the plans, there's currently not any. There's no parks, there's no green space, amenity space. And I think the last plan that we saw from North Point, you may remember in 2022, when they were keeping half of the mall, they wanted variance to be able to count the interior of the mall as the amenity space. So that's not the case with this one. They actually have a lot of green space and park space. And then they also included a chart, the 26.86 acres that will be added, which is now, of course, paving parking lot. Some of that, they have a comparison. If you look at one of the spaces, which is on the east side of Stormwater Park, it's the same size as Thompson Street Park, if you're familiar with that, on the Alpha Loop. And then they also have one of the largest spaces, which is in front of the arena, is actually 3 acres. And so that event space that's in front of the arena, show it to you here, is 3 acres. And if you've been to the Battery, just to put it in perspective, of course, that is 1.3. So this area here, 1.3 at the Battery, 3 acres, this is the largest piece. And of course, and I'll show you a blow-up of the Stormwater Park. The Stormwater Park, when we looked at the Stormwater Park and what it could be, it was kind of discovered because it was this space. Of course, that was the detention for JCPenney's in the mall when it was built in the 90s. But the way it was built, it actually has a permanent pool of water. So you think about detention, and now in subdivisions in different places, they're not necessarily decorative. So this, with the Stormwater Park, actually has the opportunity to be open to the public, very similar to what you see at Fourth Ward Park. They were able to take stormwater, make that something where it was attractive. Even the Thompson Street Park, which is detention, but it's still something that's usable. So if this is approved, you'll see some conditions where the staff is recommending that the north section be built first, and then the southern section be built as phase 2, and it would be tied to the COs, because we also get comments about what kind of concurrency are you going to have. You know, are they going to build one part, like the rental, and not build the rest? So there's concurrencies throughout the conditions that you'll be looking at later as part of that. And part of the vision for the Stormwater Park, the 14 acres, and only these 2 sections are actually owned by the applicant. There's a larger, 14-acre section that's owned by others, but we would, of course, work with them. And one thing, as KB Advisory was talking about earlier, improvements such as the Stormwater Park and trails, all of those, if decided upon by council, could be funded within the TAD. But the vision was one of, if you think about the botanical gardens, it's a canopy. It's an overlook area onto the water, and then a future canopy that would connect both sections. So that's a very big part of the addition at the North Point. We'll also talk a little bit about the Alpha Loop. And the Alpha Loop, of course, is an important part for the city. It's an amenity. It's an important for the mall. If we're truly trying to turn this from something that's auto-centric, a lot of pavement, parking, we need to make sure that we include the Alpha Loop into the mall. And this section here, so this is the section from Haynes Bridge over to Encore Parkway. That section is right now on council agenda this month to look at design and build of that section, so they'll have to make that decision at a later date. But this is something that was always planned to occur. And then also, a lot of the Lakeview portions, they've been built. Of course, we give impact fee credits, and then it's open to the public trails. The section of a lot of people use from downtown to Avalon, also funded with impact fee credits from developers, besides a $1 million portion that was contributed by Avalon for a portion that was complete. So part of looking at the Alpha Loop is where it should be located. We've had some different comments about maybe the Alpha Loop should not come into it. It should go around it on the loop road. But staff's recommendation, you will see, is that it remains on the loop road. And I'll show you some of that reasoning. The applicant is showing it that it does not go by the stormwater park. The staff is going to recommend that that be moved somewhat, and the only change from what you've seen by the applicant is moving it over to the stormwater park. To us, this makes more sense. You're going to have bikes, you're going to have people that want to go over to, maybe it's just the stormwater park for the day, maybe they're not going into the development. So we are recommending that if approved, that the Alpha Loop would be moved over to the stormwater park. And where does this connect? This is eventually going to connect over to Encore Gateway Park, which if you haven't seen the Gateway Park, it's currently under construction. It's at the end of Encore Parkway. It's going to attach to the Big Creek Greenway. So all of the Alpha Loop is going to connect to the Big Creek Greenway at North Point. You can see that they have an elevated bridge system. So I want to talk about the Alpha Loop internal and what that should look like. You've seen some of the renderings which show the Alpha Loop going just down the middle. There's really no separation, so we had a lot of comments about what is that going to be like if there's a lot of bikes? How is that going to be impacted if somebody's just trying to go into the retail restaurant? So our recommendation, and you'll see within the conditions, is that it be still down the main road, because you're only going, if you think about Avalon, it's a road like Avalon, very slow, so it's not going to be bikes that are going high speed, but they still need to have a separation. So they need to have a separation if you're on the Alpha Loop for just leisure, or if you're going into the restaurants. So we have a recommended condition that that's separated with landscaping as well as hardscape. And we also have a recommendation that they include some of the bike share stations that have just been approved by the City Council. We have 5 different locations that those are going into. So there's a condition that they also include the bike stations as part of that. Then I'm going to talk about the rental request. The rental request is for 1,385 apartments. The mix that's proposed is 65% maximum studio, no more than 10%, 3 bedrooms, 10%, 138 units. Density proposed of 14 dwelling units per acres, lower than the average mall redevelopments we looked across the country, and then which have an average of 29 units to the acre. And I will say, we found multiple other examples of mall redevelopment that were not included in the chart because we went by somewhat of household income for an area. because we didn't want a chart in there. I think when we originally looked, it was somewhere around 66 units to the acre. Didn't make a lot of sense, so we tried to look at all malls within Georgia for the redevelopment, as well as similar household income, to see what kind of density was being built. And I'll show you that chart really quick. So this has a list of all the mall redevelopments in Georgia, and you can see that, as well as across the country, they have similar household incomes. You may question Los Angeles, this area, but it was because of the location with high income. So looking at that, North Point ranked 3. You may, probably the closest one here, we also put Medley, because everybody's very familiar with Medley in Johns Creek, which is opening up in October. And they are here, 17.4 units to the acre. The applicant is a lesser density at 14 units to the acre. We also looked at other sports entertainment districts, and they were so all over the place. I mean, so many of the sports entertainment districts are trying to kind of copy what the Battery did, and so it's becoming more mixed use. So they're adding on, and some of them are pretty big numbers of the rental amount. So we stuck to looking at other mall redevelopments. You will notice a condition that says, that meets in order to meet our housing policy, which is to maintain a balance between owner-occupied and renter-occupied in Alpharetta, such that at least 68% of the housing stock is owner-occupied. We put in there conditions where it was built over time, if it's approved, and COs would not be given, it would be staggered, 2029, 2030, 2032, and 2034. So not all of those would be built and CO'd at the same time, and there's also concurrency. And part of the concurrency is there has to be an award of an NHL franchise. So that is part of this proposal. And the reason that we have to tie it to that is because we see an arena, we see practice ice, we see 2 hotels, and there may not be a need for some of those uses without that franchise. So that's why you will see that as part of it. And some of the other reasons that we recommended approval of the request, the area shown as priority for density, again, looked at other surrounding mixed-use developments, creation of 750,000 square feet of office, generating over 5,000 employees on site. School impact is shown from 4 to 234 students, but all 3 schools we checked are under capacity. And we have not seen a lot of school-age children reside at our existing mixed-use developments. We only have a few. Most of our rental stock is more garden-style apartments, which are not permitted now within our code. You have to be part of a mixed-use development, or it can be within downtown, all subject to planning, city council approval, of course. So we made a lot of changes once we looked at how it performed within mixed use, very differently. And just a little bit about the rental housing update. We just updated it in 2025. Our recommendation stays within that, the recommendation of no more than targeting 149 rental units per year. And that's why you see staggered years for the approval. And we also found that 22% of our rentals are senior housing, assisted living. The share of rentals with children under 18 continues to decrease, 38% in 2015, 35% in 2023. Renter household income has increased. Actually, high income earners, 100,000 plus, grew by 9%. And renter household income increased from 71,000 to 88,000. And this is something that we look at every couple of years. This is something we update and make sure that we are in line. And then the rental apartment vacancy is 5.1, which declined from 5.3, so that's, the vacancy is lower. Then I'll talk briefly about the office hotel request, and then touch on public safety. Office request, 750,000 square feet. And in general, the city is overall citywide 22% vacancy. You can see that office is coming back. Here's kind of a chart of the vacancy rate. So, of course, very high during COVID, 25 kind of peaked, and now it's going back down. We've had a lot of success with leasing. You can also see that higher vacancies concentrate in older suburban office parks. In particular, like Great Oaks Way, which is close to North Point, 38%. That's our highest vacancy right now. And then we also have North Point office at 25.5%. So these areas are trending higher. So we had some comments about why allow more. Well, what happens is you have investments. We have also seen that with the buildings that were built in the 90s, 80s and 90s, where they've had investment, they've actually been very successful with leases. So you think about Georgia 400 Center, very close by on Haynes Bridge at Northwinds. And that was purchased by Third and Urban. They put some money into it, amenitized it. They've had over 100,000 square foot in new leases. So you have to put in incentivize, and you have to be able to put money and amenitize these older office buildings for them to be attractive for new leases, in most cases. And then also with the hotel room request, there's a request for it was initially 850 rooms. We had, it was something that staff could not support. The applicant did resubmit 650 rooms, and they originally had 45,000 square feet of conference center space. The new request is 30,000 square feet of conference space. We looked at Avalon. It is so different from what they are building here. Avalon does not have any outdoor conference space. So if people that are looking for weddings, you can, in Avalon, you can have it within the conference room space, but there's not any outdoor space. They have gotten creative, and now there's the pool deck you can get for 20 to 80 people. It's still a phenomenal facility. It's just serving a different need. This would serve a different need than what Avalon is serving. And we believe that it's actually going to address unmet demand. We also looked at the request. The request was for a hybrid hotel as well as a full-service hotel. You'll see our recommendation is for 2 full-service hotels. A lot of that is because of what we found with similar peer markets. With the 20 million square feet of office that we have, peer markets that have similar amount of square footage, they have a lot more full-service hotel rooms. So that's something that you'll see that we're recommending, although they are requesting a split between the hybrid. And then also, of course, the indoor arena, that could be, they're going to host exhibits, other things. So the demand will be there. And if you look at the surrounding hotels that we have there, they were built in the 90s. They don't have the space. They don't have any, they're serving a different type of user. And then lastly, I'm going to talk about the public safety findings. Our public safety team just did a fantastic job because, of course, we received this in March. They reached out to the Battery. They had several different conversations toward the Battery, talked to different sports entertainment districts to make sure that we get it right. They had some things that that they were able to learn from the Battery that the Battery wished they would have done. And so we have about 18 different conditions if this is approved. And those all came from working with the fire and police. And I'll just highlight a few of what those are. And I will say with the Battery, I mentioned that, of course, that's over 40,000 seats. This arena is half that size, but you can still learn from the events. So you'll see a couple of conditions. I'll name a few. Requirements for the fire safety officers for events based on occupancy load funded by the developer, as well as off-duty officers for these events. Very similar to Ameris amphitheater with the 12,000 seats that they have to get off-duty officers. Dedication of emergency access for critical apparatus, access routes, and emergency operational areas preserves long-time access. One of the biggest lessons they learn is that when the battery was built, a lot of those fire access, emergency access areas were not dedicated, and so then they were built on as battery expanded. So that was a condition that they wanted to make sure that that was maintained. We also have a requirement for a standard of coverage study evaluating emergency response time, as well as other factors. We may require a minimum of 7,500 square feet within a planned building. I have a picture of what that looks like. So they would have to dedicate the space. If we find from that standards of coverage study, then there would be a requirement for that space under a parking deck or other location. And then two more things. It requires a public safety substation to support multi-agency emergency operations. Minimum 650 square feet shared with on-site property security. And also 2 on-site holding cells are required, and they have this at the battery. And then lastly, requires third-party reviews where needed with final approval by Alpharetta. And again, the third-party reviews are to make sure that we don't have to add additional staff to do the review. And we did this with Avalon, we did this with City Center. We didn't have to go to third-party, but we always want to be able to have a condition so that we can go to third-party. And that concludes my portion. We have one more before Michael goes into the conditions. Brian? You can put it here, Stan, whatever you want. Okay.
I don't have quite as many slides, but hopefully we can walk through this. So first of all, the applicant prepared a couple of studies related to the project, a DRI traffic impact study, a supplemental study that looked at some additional traffic information, and then a parking study to understand the parking requirements and needs for the site. I'll start with the traffic study and then move on into parking. So, let's see, is that showing up? Upside down, there we go. There's a lot there. I don't expect everyone to be able to read it, and we don't want to walk through every improvement. It's all in the recommendations, but as part of the DRI study, the applicant's traffic engineer, Kimley Horn, worked with the Georgia Transportation Efficiency Authority, which is manages DRIs, which used to be handled by former agency Greta, to come up with requirements of the study. As I said, 14 intersections were evaluated. The study set out the various parameters to evaluate the study, including agreed upon background traffic growth, transit reductions, those types of things to develop the study. And through this analysis, the study identified a number of improvements that are being recommended as part of this application. They include signal timing in a lot of these intersections, as you see where the stars are, modifications to the geometry at intersections, which could include adding a left turn lane or right turn lane or extending turn lanes, those types of things. There are also recommendations to develop a traffic management plan for events, which is going to be very important. And then, city staff asked the applicant to go beyond the DRI study and look at a supplemental study that looked at traffic during the peak of an event at the arena. So when you think about a traditional traffic study, it's looking at the impact of whatever type of development it might be during the weekday peak hour of traffic. And that's probably 99% of the time that is sufficient, because that's the highest time of when there's traffic on the road and so on. But with this type of land use, it was important to look at the peak of the land use itself. So while the typical peak or rush hour, as a lot of people call it, is sometime between 4 and 6 during a weekday, the peak traffic coming in and out of this development might be between 6 and 7 when there's an event. And it was really important to do that because that identified a different series of improvements, and they're all included in here. So for example, a right turn lane that works fine during the peak hour might need to be extended because of the traffic from the arena. So we have 26, I believe it's 26 recommendations related to traffic, everything from the improvements that you see here, to other things related to how the development would be constructed. We also had a parking study that was prepared by the applicant because this is such a unique mix of uses. So when you think about parking and you think about the requirements, the requirements for this site based on city code without the arenas, just take that out for just a second, city code was 8,283 parking spaces. The latest site plan, the applicant has 8,752, so about 1% less than what straight up code without any other reductions or modifications to that parking. So the things that we look at when we look at a project like this in mixed use, if you think about each land use and the amount of parking that each land use needs, if you were to build that parking without considering the shared use factor, you would overpark by quite a significant amount. Think about an office building. Parking in an office building would peak in the morning when people come, and then it drops in the afternoon when people leave. But say retail doesn't open up until 10, so it might peak, but it's not peaked in the morning. So if you look at this graph here that they've provided in their parking study, each of those colors that you see there represents a different land use, and it represents throughout the day how the parking in those land uses change. One of the things that was done here is residential parking, which is represented in yellow, and then hotel parking, which is, I believe, is this kind of dark purple, was assumed not to fluctuate. In other words, those spaces were protected. But it was recognized that other uses will move throughout the day, and you can share those type spaces. So, and that is where the 7,375 spaces came from through the shared parking analysis, and that's without an event at the arena. Now, obviously, when you have an event, you can see that the number of spaces expands to 12,000. Over 12,000 spaces are required, and that's where the off-site parking would come into play that was mentioned before. I think we're looking at roughly about 40% of the parking that's projected would be off-site. That's pretty consistent with what we're seeing at other major venues, and I think the numbers that we're looking at in the study here do a good job of creating a realistic expectation of what those parking needs would be. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to go over the concurrence, our review of the established review criteria for a master plan amendment, rezoning, conditional use, and variances. We found that the proposed mixed-use sports and entertainment district is consistent with the vision in the North Point LCI and the comprehensive plan and would benefit surrounding properties. The proposal specifically addresses objectives in the North Point LCI such as create a park once, walk everywhere, walkable environment, induce redevelopment of large areas of surface parking, and improve the area's retail balance. Open space and connectivity between the various modes of transportation are key components in the applicant's proposal and supported by the North Point LCI. And the district is ideally located at the North Point Mall property, which is situated adjacent to and between two Georgia 400 interchanges and was developed with the appropriate infrastructure to support regional development of this magnitude. Comprehensive plan identifies North Point as the single most important redevelopment opportunity in Alpharetta. 77% of the survey responses during the comprehensive plan directed future investment towards North Point. Community input emphasized the need for entertainment, placemaking, public spaces, and mixed-use development within the district. As it relates to the request for conditional use, the conditional uses are consistent with the comprehensive land use plan designation of the property. Property is located in the North Point Overlay Priority Area, which is appropriate for higher densities. The increased building height is compatible with surrounding properties, which allow up to 20 and 30 stories. And the project site was developed as a regional mall supported by existing transportation infrastructure with the capacity to support the mall's peak demand during the winter holiday season. And as it relates to variance, the property has exceptional and peculiar conditions related to its size, shape, and topography, as well as being developed with a mall which is now distressed. The increase to the maximum residential building height, as I mentioned, is supported by the adjacent properties, which allow up to 20 and 30 stories. The MU office percentage reduction is supported based on there being over 500,000 square feet of office on the adjacent property. Parking demand will be met on site during typical mixed-use operations. And since the major events at the arena will only impact parking needs a portion of the year, the arena parking will be managed through a combination of on and off-site parking agreements, employee parking management, and shuttle operations. And as the applicant noted in their application, there are approximately 10,000 parking spaces within a 15-minute walk of this site, which would support the district for major events. The applicant did provide a citizen participation plan report stating that they had held meetings with the Echo Park residents. Echo Park is located to the east of the mall property on North Point Drive. They met with Echo Park residents in April. There were questions about traffic, parking, rental rate range, concerns over game day overflow parking into the neighborhood, and they asked about the Alpha Loop extension. The applicant noted questions and concerns that were voiced at the CZIM, which I will go over in the next section. And the applicant indicated that they have spoken with non-residential property owners as well as mall tenants and employees. City also received public feedback, including comments of support as well as concerns, comments in opposition with concerns over impact of apartments on infrastructure and schools, too much office, could bring crime, negative impact on other mixed-use developments, and impact to taxpayers. And then the applicant showed their requests to the public at 2 community zoning information meetings. Typically, you would go to 1, but given the magnitude of this project, we did ask the applicant to go to 2 consecutive community zoning information meetings on June 10th and on July 8th. There were public comments both in support and in opposition. Comments and concerns raised at the meetings included whether or not the NHL was on board with the North Point location, a desire to bring hockey back to Georgia, need for affordable housing, green space. Few people asked that the carousel was saved within the mall. Many indicated that they were looking forward to the revitalization of the area. Comments about removing surface parking to avoid heat islands. Questions whether the redevelopment would move forward with or without the NHL. Comments regarding that the property should be developed with something unique. Questions about when the development would begin. Making sure that there are bicycle facilities provided within the development, limit where e-bikes are permitted with the development, ensure sufficient parking and road capacity, consider condos instead of apartments, questions whether there was a financial ask to the city, impact to taxpayers, traffic, building height, and whether there was a backup plan. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request, subject to 74 conditions. And I will go through those conditions quickly. Condition 1 is the site plan specific condition rezoning the property to MU. Condition 2 is the architecture and material condition. Of course, this would, final approval would go to Design Review Board. As part of that condition, we have indicated that buildings over 7 stories shall be stepped back a minimum 15 feet above the 4th story. Condition 3 deals with the development regulations for the proposed uses on the site. So 3A is the arena practice community ice, allowing a maximum height of 170 feet for the arena and a maximum height of 4 stories or 80 feet for the practice facility. Commercial uses, again, 565,000 square feet of retail and restaurant uses, maximum height of 4 stories, 80 feet. Drive-through restaurants shall not be permitted. The office, again, that was 750,000 square feet. Buildings no greater than 14 stories or 200 feet. Additional office is permitted when exchanged for commercial, for rent, or hotel use, and with a conversion rate in that condition. Condition D is the hotel condition. As you see there, we're recommending maximum 650 rooms, and we're recommending hotels. So that would be the full-service hotel, and we're not supporting the request for the hybrid hotel. 2 freestanding or mixed-use buildings. I would ask that Planning Commission consider after the word mixed use, that you, in parentheses, add limited to retail on the first floor. So the mixed use was put there because the applicant did indicate that the hybrid hotel would be over for 1 floor of retail.
Yeah, repeat that, please.
Yes, certainly. So in 3D, hotels, maximum 650 rooms shall be permitted in 2 freestanding or mixed use. And after the word mixed use, in parentheses, add limited to retail on the first floor. And then the hotel buildings would be no greater than 20 stories as requested by the applicant, or 300 feet. Hotels would be 4-star or higher, similar in quality to Lowe's, Curio, or Autograph Collection. Minimum 10,000 square foot of conference space, maximum 35,000 square foot of conference space, and it shall include a minimum 7,500 square feet of outdoor pavilion space for weddings and other events. And of course, both hotels would include on-site full-service restaurants and banquet kitchen. .3E deals with the for-rent residential, and it does tie it to the NHL awarding a franchise team to the North Point site. Up to 1,385 for-rent units shall be eligible for a CO based on the available units in the for-rent request recommended CO year table that's within this staff report. Up to 2 of the for-rent buildings may be up to 20 stories, 240 feet. All other buildings shall not exceed 7 stories or 90 feet. The units will be a mix of studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, with a maximum 65% studio and 1 bedroom, and no more than 10% 3 bedrooms. There's a concurrency language within the for rent condition. 600 for rent units shall be eligible for a CO after building permits issued for 300,000 square feet of retail and the cinema, and a CO for the remaining for rent units would be conditioned on the arena superstructure being completed, 350,000 square feet of office, and the internal section of the Alpha Loop constructed. And there is a reversion clause if construction does not commence on the for rent units by August 24th, 2031, or if the NHL does not approve a hockey team at the site before that same date. Zoning entitlement shall revert to the current zoning on the property. Typically, that reversion clause is recommended by staff at a three years from the council meeting date. Given the magnitude of this development and the complexity, the applicant requested a 5-year reversion clause, and we were agreeable to that request. The other uses on the site, the music hall, maximum height of 4 stories, 80 feet, and the cinema, same. Parking decks, maximum 7 stories or 95 feet, treated with comparable materials and finishes to the buildings that they serve. Condition 4 requires active uses in all the for rent buildings on the ground floor space on storefront streets. Condition 5 addresses the uses allowed within the master plan, and Condition 6 gets more specific about the uses that are accessory to residential office and sports and entertainment uses, and there is a long list of uses there, some permitted by right and some with a conditional use indicated next to them. Condition 7 deals with the open space. Then we go into the design conditions. Condition 8 is the detailed street planting plan, which would require a landscape theme. The theme would include flowering trees and shrubs of similar color.
Michael?
Yes.
Can you put the next series of
Oh,
conditions
thank
on
you.
the screen?
Thank you. Again, the condition 8 is the detailed street planting with the landscape theme, would require flowering trees and shrubs of similar color with varying bloom times. 9, the 10-foot landscape strip along North Point Circle. 10 addresses the size of tree planter pits within the development. Condition 11 addresses the eco-district measures. Condition 12 addresses the improvements to the stormwater park on the east side of the development. Again, the northern half improved prior to a CO for the first 4 rent buildings, the southern half prior to a CO for the second 4 rent building. Condition 13 requires 8 public art installations throughout the development. Cultural Arts Commission would review requests for unique murals or sculptures. The public art will include sculptures, murals, water features, eco-district monuments, and district thresholds, and other similar improvements. And 1 public art installation will be required concurrent with each CO for a 4 rent building. 14, 2,500 square foot civic space at the corner of North Point Circle and North Point Drive. Don't have my site plan, I was going to point that out. Also at the corner of North Point Circle and North Point Center East. So that's on the east and west main entrances to the development. 15 requires an interactive water feature. 16, as the developer agreed to do, the North Point Mall carousel will be saved and incorporated into the development. 17 addresses retaining walls and architectural facade treatment on those walls. 18 requires a dedicated space for a Georgia tourism visitor kiosk. 19 addresses street furniture within the development. In condition 20 requires prior to the land disturbance permit that the applicant, the developer, submit for design review board approval, and it specifies that would include elevations or architectural themes, street amenities and furnishings, streetscape and alleyway standards, as well as entrance treatments, signage, storefronts, and landscaping. 21 addresses signage. Signage visible from the public right-of-way shall comply with a DRB-approved master sign package for the development, very similar to what we did at Avalon and other mixed-use developments. Signage not visible from the public right-of-way is not subject to the city's sign regulations. That is what is stated in our sign code, but shall be contemplated within the master sign package. Off-premises signage shall be prohibited except in areas not subject to the city's sign regulations and in existing off-premises sign easements in existence at the time of this master plan amendment. So there are some off-site sign easements, like at the corner of Haynes Bridge and North Point Parkway, that the property owner had access to. 22 addresses awnings and overhead structures throughout the development to shade pedestrians and protect from inclement weather. 23 requires at least 2 rooftop amenities within the development. 24 addresses the orientation of back-of-house functions, keep those out of the public view. 25 requires utilities and transformer systems to be placed underground, except where permitted at grade if they're screened. Conditions 26 through 40 are the transportation conditions not identified as part of the DRI or Development of Regional Impact. Those are at the very end. 26 in that area, or well, out of these conditions, they require a pickup and drop-off area within the development. It allows for the applicant's proposed streetscapes that I showed you earlier, requires enhanced pedestrian crossings and bicycle connections throughout the site. It addresses the Alpha Loop going through the development, requiring a bike share station along the Alpha Loop, upgrading 2 existing bus stops with MARTA bus shelters. It ties minimum parking requirements to the submitted parking study prepared by Kimley Horn, dated July 21st, 2026. Prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit, preliminary on-site and off-site parking agreements must be submitted to the city. Final recorded parking agreement will be required prior to a CO for the arena. There's conditions that require the applicant to work with the city, MARTA, and GDOT to collaborate on the express lane transit station along Georgia 400. Prior to land disturbance permit, special event transportation management plans to be coordinated with city staff. Developer to construct a southbound right turn lane at Mall Access B driveway at the intersection with North Point Parkway. Developer to increase the eastbound left turn storage lane at North Point Parkway and Encore Parkway at private driveway intersection 8. Channelize the southbound right turn movement to make free flow at Haynes Bridge and North Point Drive. Upgrading signal heads at Mansell Road and North Point Parkway. Restriping a southbound shared through left lane, and provide dual entry for the northbound and southbound approaches, and construct and install traffic control measures identified in the event traffic management plan. Conditions 41 through 58 are the fire and police conditions, the public safety conditions. Kathy has gone over those, so I don't want to go over everything there, but providing emergency access, providing fire safety officers for events, coordinating with the city on street closures, event operations, the standards of coverage study that Kathy mentioned, providing removable or retractable bollards within the pedestrian or event controlled areas, providing that public safety substation, allowing special inspections and requiring third-party review. creating a public safety liaison committee to coordinate with the city, requiring installation of closed-circuit TV cameras throughout the development and integration into the public safety services network, providing a security plan, and the developer entering into a first responder partnership agreement mandating event-level coordination with Alpharetta Police Department.
Michael, can you switch the?
Other conditions, 59, dedicating a 20-foot utility easement to Fulton County for an existing 16-inch water main within North Point Circle, 60, on-site construction trailer to provide office space for 2 city employees. We learned this through the development of Avalon. 61, developer will be responsible for planting and maintenance of any medians within the development. 62, the developer's financial responsibility for off-site improvements and stormwater park improvements shall not exceed its impact fees, nor shall credits be given for meeting minimum eco-district and open space requirements. And 63 allows for the development to be subdivided into separately platted parcels. And then the final conditions, 64 through 74, are the conditions out of the notice of decision from the state's review of the traffic study. 64 through 70 are bicycle and pedestrian and transit facility conditions. 71 and 72 are GDOT conditions, and 73 and 74 are intersection improvements at Encore Parkway and North Point Center East and the private driveway at intersection 9. And that concludes our presentation. If you have questions, myself, Kathy Cook, and Brian Bullock are here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. I feel like you're drinking from a fire hose, but I just want to thank staff for the work that you do for those in the audience and those listening. Otherwise, we have a 664-page package for this application, and the planning commissioners have taken the time to review this. Staff has worked very hard on this application, and really appreciate community development and the entire city. I know public safety is involved in this, for their diligence in putting a package like this together. It takes a lot of time, a lot of research, a lot of thought, and that's how our city is so beautiful, because we do plan well, and cities and communities feel for lack of vision and planning, and they do a very thorough job, so thank you for that. I'm going to ask the commissioners whether they want to take a break before they ask questions. We've been sitting for about an hour and 40 minutes. Do you want to take a break or ask questions first before we ask the applicant to come forward? You have 2 seconds to respond. You're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Chairman, the applicant will come first, we won't ask them.
We'll ask Michael questions if you have any, and then we'll ask the applicant to come to make their presentation. And so you have an opportunity to take a break now or after the applicant presents. All right, seems like everybody's okay. All right, any questions for Michael? I think I have a few that I'd like to ask. One is this an all-inclusive package? All or nothing? We have to have the NHL arena and the training facility and all the other uses for this to work.
Yes, you have a site plan specific condition. There is, as we noted with one conversation with a planning commissioner today, there was some concern about the the concurrency condition tying it only to the 4 rents. But the intention is that it is tied to an approval of the NHL at this location, the development.
Thank you. And the applicant may expand on this with respect to residential parking. Is there going to be dedicated parking for those who live there during events? Because you don't want parking to be taken by others and they have nowhere to park, and that's where they live.
Yeah, so in the parking study identifies that both residential and hotel uses will have dedicated or nested parking. The nested, I would have to defer to the applicant's traffic engineers to really explain how that works, but that is stated within the parking study.
If I recall correctly, thank you, you mentioned 41 games. Is that about right?
Yes.
But the other events that are going to be hosted at the arena, with respect to parking, and there is going to be a requirement for additional parking during those times, are the agreements for off-site parking going to cover those times also?
Yes, that would be the intention. So there's the 41 games, home games per year. We do know that there's some larger events. I think the applicant had indicated possibly in the parking study that it would be about 15% of the year. I think our sports consultant indicated that about 96 days out of the year, which I think is closer to about 23, 26% of the year. But still, it's the major events would be served by the off-site parking because it is just a fraction of the total year that the arena would be operating.
All right. I know this is not a perfect science when you're doing planning for a development like this, but I'm sure you've discussed with the applicant and done some research regarding the mix of uses and the densities thereof. With respect to residential, I did not see single-family units. Was there this discussion had, and where did you land on it?
Certainly. I mean, that was brought up to the applicant early on, if there was any possibility of providing both, a for-sale product with the for-rent product. The applicant did move forward with a request for all for rent. And I think it's probably better explained or responded to by the applicant as to the reasons why they came forward with just the for rent.
And some of the questions I'm asking so they can hear them and respond when they present, so.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll yield the floor for other commissioners if they have any questions, and I may have other questions later. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Francis?
Yes.
Michael, in the conditions, during somewhat at the beginning of the presentation, and I'll just call it the stair step of how many apartments are going to be, and I believe 600 by 2029, this is the proposal, 785 by 2030, 1085 by 2032, and they're asking for 1,385 in 2034. That's not part of the conditions. Those are things that we need to put in. If we put in conditions, assuming that we move to approve this, we can adjust it even though we don't have, unless I missed it, you don't have the stair step, what I was told what those numbers were, correct?
So in the for rent condition, we reference this table 11 on page 17 of the staff report. So that's how we tie it to that.
Okay.
Does that answer
Yes,
the
sir.
question? Okay.
Well, not all of them, but do you know when the projection is, assuming that we get an NHL franchise in this area, when the arena would be completed or projected to be completed?
I don't have that information. The applicant may have more information
Okay.
on that.
Thank you. Thank you for this.
Any other questions? For
Michael, I had a question, and that is about the infrastructure. These things are coming or maybe coming, and then a natural question may be, hey, were you going to have to dig up the streets, or is there enough water and sewer capacity? What's going to happen with that? I have another question, but I'll let you address that. What is going to happen? Is the water and sewer capacity enough, or in the process that we're going to see half the streets around North Point torn up?
Great question, and I apologize, I didn't address that in the presentation. So we do send public hearing requests to Fulton County to provide a review of water and sewer. The only thing really that Fulton County came back with is that they would like that easement over that existing water line. So they said that the existing water and sewer capacity is able to serve this development. They were just asking for that easement over the water line.
Second part, that is, if an arena or a indoor stadium is built, 17,000 people, we have the police, or I'm going to call it, say, public safety over at Verizon now, Maris Bank Amphitheater. It seems like, I haven't been there recently a lot, but I know that the police presence is enough, probably with Alpharetta staff, Alpharetta Police or Public Safety, whichever is there. What happens when you have 17,000 people and you have a police department or public safety department the size of Alpharetta? Do you bring in other jurisdictions, or how is that going to work?
So that will be coordinated between the developer and the Alpharetta Police Department. But ultimately, I think, and Kathy, maybe you have more to say on that.
Yeah, I mean, we put conditions in there to make sure that there's coordination. So all of that's required prior to the land disturbance permit, that we have that coordination in place. So there's about 18 conditions that deal with with public safety, fire, and police to make sure that they have what they need, to make sure that they can run those events. We have the requirements for the off-duty, paying the off-duty officers, but there's also requirements that they have FSO officers within the site. And it's a per population is the requirement. So there's an officer, I think it's for every 1,250 people. So we did address that. You're exactly right, that we need to make sure that there's the coordination.
And I want to mention, we have the finest public safety officers anywhere in Alpharetta. They do a very good job, too.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you. Michael, a couple of questions, and actually, Kathy, I might need you to have your revised Alpha Loop site plan that you showed
sure.
us earlier, but I'll ask Michael some questions first. Just to follow up on the chairman's point about the development being contingent on the award of a NHL franchise. Is your suggestion that we denote that in the first condition here that we have for the 74-plus conditions?
I mean, if you want that. I mean, you know, our recommendation was contingent that the rental could not get started until franchise was awarded. We know that it's very unlikely that they're going to move forward if the franchise is not awarded, because of course that would cause having to move retailers, tearing down a mall. But you could certainly add that if you wanted it tied to the entire development, the hotels, everything.
Okay.
To make sure that it didn't move forward.
We'll chat as a board about that, but okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood where it would go if we had consensus on that. Kathy, the Alpha Loop rendering that you showed with a ulterior route around the stormwater park, which I really like, but I have a quick question, because looking at the site plan, one of the last site plans that we saw, when you go down towards the, I guess, south part of where the loop is connecting to North Point to Encore, the site plan that I've seen has a park on both sides of the loop, and I only see a park where you've got bike valet, there's a park there, but on the opposite side of the loop, on a previous site plan, there was also a community park where there's surface parking right now.
Oh, here? Is this where you're talking about?
No, I'm sorry. Here you go.
Oh. And this, so you're asking if this, yes. So we did put this on
An old site
an
plan.
old site.
Okay, so,
Sorry, so that's a good point, yes. So the new site plan does have green here,
right.
which is important, of course, if you have the alpha loop, you want to make sure that you continue with that.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that's it for me right now.
All right.
Can we go back to item number 1? Because I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused on the, so if we don't put that condition in number 1, Kathy, what can be billed if the hockey does not get approved?
Yeah, so you're talking about the for rent rental right now has the requirement that if the National Hockey League awards a franchise team to the North Point site, up to 1,385 for rent units shall be eligible for a CO. So if you wanted to tie all development to the award of a franchise, you would have to change it. Now, we tied it to the rental because we believe that they're not going to go forward if, a franchise is not awarded. So if you are concerned that they could get started and build hotels and move forward without a franchise, you could certainly change that to, and the attorney can help me, but it may be, development regulations shall be as follows. On number 3, you would just add all subject to award of a,
Okay, so just to be clear, if we don't add that condition, then the developer could then go ahead and build. They could, without that condition, they could go ahead, redevelop the mall, they could add the 20-story hotels, they could add retail, commercial along the front. I mean, tell me what they can do.
yeah, but there's still concurrencies. So if the way that it's written, which it's tied to the rental, if you wanted to tie it to the other uses, you can certainly tie it to.
But why didn't we?
Because we know that a developer's not going to tear down a 1.3 million square foot mall if there's not a rental component. I mean, it is possible. So if you want to cover that, you could put that as, with number 3, development regulations shall be as follows. And I don't know if our attorney thinks it could be added, all subject to awarding of a franchise. And you would add that in number 3 before all the development numbers are listed.
Yeah, it could be broken out into a separate enumeration, like what we currently have is A through G. We could put that as A if that's what the commission desires.
Yeah, and it's a pretty big maze, the way that we put it, that you can only build half of the apartments with, you have other concurrencies to build. So there would be a stopping point, but you're right. There could be a move 100% without a franchise.
And then there was a discussion, and I think there has been several of us that ask about the for sale component, but there's been no movement on that, and I'm assuming you're in agreement with that you're okay with not having any for sale units on this plan?
We did not recommend for sale. And again, if that may be a question for the applicant as to timing. We did research other developments, and we also looked at the Battery that is just now adding a condo product. That's 54 of them, but it's 10 years later. We also know that a lot of times the development has to happen for people to see that it's a good place to live and it's complete, and you do see that addition of for sale. And that's just staff's reasoning. 100% you need to ask the applicant.
I think the Battery, you're referring to the Henry that's being built? Yeah, that's kind of that's not on the Battery. I believe it's off-premise,
Well,
right?
It's connected.
It'll be connected by
and
a
it's being-
pedestrian bridge, but
Right.
it's 20 stories with 40 luxury condos in it.
54,
Yeah,
right.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it's being built by Braves Development Company, so it's still part of the battery developer.
Okay.
But again, good question for the applicant.
A question at the end?
One more. On the 3031 reversion, would staff be okay with changing it back to the 3-year? Would be 2029? I mean, 5 years is a long time.
Yeah, we just put the 5-year because that's what the applicant requested, because we know, and they can talk about timing. I think that there's a lot of demolition and moving and, moving retailers, so they can talk about that timeframe. That was really put in there because, at the applicant's request.
Okay, thank you.
Your turn.
Yes, Michael, on 3D, the hotels, and you're talking about a maximum of 650 rooms, as I understand it, split up between 350 in one building and 300 in another. And I hear talk about the hybrid hotel. Did I hear you say you're not approving, you're not recommending the hybrid hotel?
Yeah, the way condition 3D is written, we are recommending that the hotels meet our hotel definition, which is basically a full-service hotel. So we're not recommending approval of the applicant's request for the hybrid hotel, but we are recommending the total of 650 rooms.
But the hybrid hotel primarily was extended stay, is what we're taking out.
So the hybrid hotel did have a component within that hotel where you could do longer-term stays than the typical hotel stay, which is on average 7 to 14 days. The hybrid hotel would allow for longer stays up to 1 year.
If somehow this hybrid hotel gets put into place, I think we'll have to redo our apartment count. According to their advertising and whatnot, they refer to their extended stay as apartments and not hotel rooms. And the rate that I was given earlier, a 70-30 split, we could be adding to another 100 apartments based on what we see here. So if it should go through, I think we have to go back and look at the number of housing units that we're going to have on here. I think it should go up because they refer to their long-term rentals as apartments as well.
And again, we're not recommending the hybrid.
I understand, but should it go through, that's all. Thank you.
I got another question while we have you guys up here. Like on the building heights, I know, what is the tallest building we have in Alpharetta? It's 14 stories?
It's Hotel Avalon, which was approved at 14. It's actually, if you count it, it's 12, but that's because the first floor is of course, taller than a typical full.
And then you showed some visuals, which is, I think it's the first time any of us have seen the building heights, because that's not.
All the approved adjacent properties. Of course, the adjacent properties, do we have that?
No, I'm sorry, Kathy, like the visuals that you showed earlier with the scaling of the height of the buildings and stuff, I don't think any of us have seen that until tonight.
They're in the application.
Is it in the application?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's 600 pages, so I might have missed it. So can you put that back up a minute?
The renderings?
Yes, like, could you, let's just put this, the site plan might be helpful. Can you show us visually and point to where the 20-story buildings will be located on the site plan?
Yes. Yeah, if you don't mind. So the two hotel buildings are here.
And those are both 20 stories?
Yes.
Okay.
And then my understanding is this residential building will be 20 stories?
With retail underneath?
Yes.
It's hard to tell because it's a concept.
And I believe this one as well would be 20 stories. Do I have that correct? Yes? Yes.
Okay, and then there was mention of a supermarket, like a bodega of some sort. Where is that identified on this?
That location has not been identified, so our code requires a neighborhood grocery for rent product. But the applicant has not identified exactly where that would go. That could be in the retail space in the ground floor of the rental buildings. I suspect that would be the most logical place for that.
And we have a minimum square foot for that type of thing, Kathy? Like, I mean, that would
We
be,
do.
3,500 would be like a bodega, right? That would really support a density of this size, would it?
Yeah, 3,500 meets our code. But of course, I mean, we've had a lot of requests, even when we were going through the North Point LCI, people wanted to see more grocery. I mean, it'd be nice to see a larger grocer. We did put the minimum requirement, but of course, that's another question to see if the applicant could propose a larger grocer.
So it's a Trader Joe's?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yes, okay. All right, thank you.
I'm just going to make a comment because I'm so grateful that you're asking about the scale and which buildings are which. And this isn't something the applicant hasn't heard from me before. The fact that we're looking at this plan, and we're still looking at a flat site plan, not a 3D type of site plan, we don't see anything that gives us some sense of massing, but I've been on Planning Commission for a number of years and have looked at the Avalon plan and have looked at other mixed-use plans, City Center, and we've always had much more detailed renderings and information so that the public has an opportunity, as well as us, to really understand and appreciate the scale. And this picture is nice, but without a 3D site plan, I find it to be very, very challenging to be making some really critical decisions for a 100-acre site. So that's just a comment.
All right.
I would agree with Karen
Are there
on
any
that.
further questions? Sorry.
Just further agree with Karen on that. This has been really hard. We did ask the applicant for a balloon test 3 weeks ago, which I don't think was available or approved, and I guess we're going to be seeing some kind of visual tonight, but it's frustrating as planning commissioners not to have more detail. This is the conceptual plan, and it's tough. It's tough to make a lot of decisions based on concepts, but that's my opinion.
Any other questions? I hear no further questions at this time. We're going to ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. I'm Julie Sellers, 1776 Peachtree Road, and excited to be here tonight on behalf of the property owner, New York Life, and the applicant, Jamestown. Before we start our presentation and start the public hearing, we do have a request. As you all have acknowledged, and I think as the staff has shown, this is a involved project. It's a very exciting project, and we do have multiple applications before you. And so we do not believe that 10 minutes is sufficient time for us to provide you some of the information that I think that you are looking for, as well as we know that we have residents in the audience that are here to speak in support of this. And so we would ask for the commission to allow a total of 40 minutes for the presentation and the public to be able to speak in support. And we would request that 5 minutes of that would be reserved for rebuttal, so that if there are things that come up during the public hearing, that we might be able to address that at the end. So that would be our request as far as the allocation of time.
All right, I'll grant you 40 minutes, and we'll have the same amount of time for those in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to include, I just want to make sure I get this right. You want 40 minutes, but you want to include the people who are going to, from the citizens, as part of your 40 minutes?
My understanding is that that is how the rules are set up, that our 10, typically it's the 10
typically
minutes.
10, but that's your presentation. Us limiting public comment is a whole different conversation, but if you want to put your time in 40 minutes, let's roll.
That, again, I'm on board with you. I want the public to be able to speak. The way that the staff and the city attorney had explained it to the applicant team is that it was the city's policy to combine those, so we just wanted to make sure that we were allotting appropriate time for ourselves as well as, and probably more importantly, the public to also be able to speak.
The public's going to get their chance.
Perfect.
Yeah, state law requires at least 10 minutes per side at minimum. That can be increased by the commission.
But that doesn't,
It would only include the comment in favor.
That's correct. It would not include comments opposed.
And to be clear, as far as the applicant, we are fully supportive of the public speaking. And so we would hope that if there are additional, we don't know how many people are here in support. We're certainly not trying to limit the time and just wanted to make sure that we were providing enough time based on the rules that were explained to us. Okay, great. Well, thank you. Before we.
Excuse me, would you set the clock for 40 minutes, please? This clock.
Oh, yeah. And we'll
No,
this
it's
part
that
start?
count. All right.
Okay, all right, I'm going to talk fast. Good evening. Before I turn it over to Tim Perry, who's the Chief Investment Officer with Jamestown, we want to thank the staff. As you all heard from a very lengthy and detailed presentation, we have 74 conditions. There are 3 changes that we have handed out to you. Those would be the 3 changes to staff conditions. Everything else we can abide by. We might not love it, but we're going to abide by it. So the 3 conditions that we're asking to change, as staff mentioned, we are asking for the hybrid hotel. That's condition 3D. Condition 12, we are asking that the developer not to be responsible for daily maintenance of the park that's dedicated to the city. And in 15, we are in agreement on providing an interactive water feature. But in condition 15, it was very specific with the location, and we would ask for latitude to work with staff upon final design. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to come before you tonight. It's a pleasure and personal honor to be here and present what we think is the most important economic decision, perhaps in the history of Alpharetta, certainly in the last 30 years. More than, given that this would be more than a 20% increase in the taxable digest currently at the city. I say our pleasure because it is also mine as well. I've spent 22 years moving up to within 6 miles of North Point Mall in 2003. It's where my kids rode the carousel. It's where we shopped for clothes for high school graduations, and it's an exciting moment to be part of bringing the next evolution to North Point Mall. We did not start this process with the application that we filed. We started this process several years ago. Several years ago, we started this process with looking at what we could attract, thinking about what we needed in order to bring to the property, in order to bring to the community, to have the economic benefit, the economic investment, economic charity for the future, as well as what would be attractive to ownership and the large commitment it would take to get an expansion of a professional sports team to Alpharetta. Slight history, it was 30 years ago, give or take, when North Point Mall opened. Prior to that, just prior to that, it was when Georgia 400 opened. Most people think it's been there forever, but it's opened in 1993 between 85 and 285. Before that, this was all, 400 was known as the Alpharetta Audubon. There were very few people on it. And before that, as some of you have heard, it was even closed to film Smokey and the Bandit. But starting in 93, the Crows in Alpharetta in North Atlanta got its first burst. There were no Class A office buildings. The first one built was in 1994. Fast forward 30 years, there's 20 million square feet of office in Alpharetta. Ironically, the same time, that 30-year pipeline also saw a tripling of the population in Alpharetta and projections over the next 25 years of a continued 22% growth. In fact, 25% of the entire growth in the Atlanta metro area is projected to be not in Fulton, Cobb, and Gwinnett, but in the counties north of where we are today. This gives us an opportunity to think about North Point and the North Point District in 3 phases, and Alpharetta in 3 phases. First being, apologies to life, I've spent 30 years figuring out what to do. I'm in the 30 years doing it, and then I'm going to enjoy it the last 30 years. Alpharetta has spent the first 30 years with North Point Mall growing. We're 30 years in, and it's time to pass into that second phase. We looked at the comp plan. As I said, we've been at this for a long time. We looked at the comp plan. We thought about what we needed to do, and adjusted, bent, changed, adopted the plan in order to meet what we felt like satisfied the 4 major components of the comp plan, that being the growth, thoughtful, directed activity centers, economic resilience, parks and trails, extensions and connections, and then North Point, capitalizing catalytic redevelopment, accelerating broader investment, and positioning this for reinvestment, differentiating from Avalon and downtown, and strengthening the value and the future economics for the city. So let's enter this phase. The arena is essential to attract an NHL team. We wanted to put together the best development plan for the services and for the other uses around it that would attract the owner and the investment for that team. But it's not just hockey. It is events. And it is events that all of us can weave into our lives, whether it's shows, concerts, it's rodeos, or in a few weeks over in Gwinnett, you can go to Monster Jam. I would love to have that. I have great memories of my kids going to Monster Jam. But it reinforces and attracts retail and guests and cements and fortifies North Point for everyone every day. Life unfolds at North Point in layers. It's morning coffee, it's afternoon errands. With the community ice, it's dropping off your child or going to your club team. It's celebrations, it's going back to school, it's shopping. And I was told once by a friend in the service industry that he tells all of his servers, and we think of this across the whole property, we are present for people's most intimate moments in life. People do tend to go out when they are celebrating with friends before a show or a birthday or a wedding. You're taking your kids and you're getting their first jersey, or you're sleeping in the hotel with their stuffed animal from Disney on Ice. It is all about being there and layering the experiences, creating something where we are protecting and giving the citizens a place to enjoy those memories. The day in the life, attending a kids club, coffee and dogs, strolling the parkway, getting on the Alpha Loop, going to youth sports, out-of-town guests. Your day happens here. And with that, we're going to show a quick fly-through. We got to work on the sound system. As you can see, this is, as staff showed, MARTA. So there's a bus rapid transit stop, pedestrian dedicated bridge, all the way over 400 that connects the Alpha Loop into the property. Common areas for entertaining, celebrating, watching games, to have crowds. To the right of this is the performing arts and the live music. You see plazas where we celebrate. You see plazas that are located here where you can recreate. You've got boulevards to stroll, ice, water features. and very much an all-inclusive place. That is 3D and an update on what we showed during the community meeting, last community meeting. But it all comes together, each one of these pieces, in an ecosystem grounded in what North Point was, the carousel that we have so many memories on, the walking around, the strolling with your kids, the back-to-school shopping, and brings now all these elements and layers of life into one place. You can also note on the plan there, we can talk later, that there are express lane transit exits dedicated, or we're working on getting those dedicated that would be accessed directly in and out of the site for north and southbound traffic. Sports has changed. The demographics have changed. Sports is not only about sport anymore. As that age moves, sport is about the sport event and sporting event. Retail will be layered. We have amenities and we'll have amenities that are layered into that experience, where you have the nostalgic of the old, you have the tenants and the expansion of the new, all with a nod and the ability to be a regional anchor for entertainment, with respect and homage, as you can see in this, to some of those great memories of childhood, being the carousel that anchors it all. Components, active green space, it's our life in motion, citywide parks and greenways. More than half of the residents, according to your comp plan and the respondents, go to a park or a trail once a week or more. This connects that Alpha Loop for the first time across 400 into the Greenway, providing the connectivity for all who use it. Placemaking, designed for every day, every occasion. We do it extremely well across a portfolio at Avalon, designed around connection and community. And there again, for life's special moments. We've done so many wedding proposals at Avalon, and over time, that's what brings our community back together. Dynamic neighborhood retail. There are stores in the mall that do very well. They do very well, but they don't have anywhere else to go. We've not delivered a better mousetrap or a better place for them to locate. Likewise, we've not delivered a great place for new retail to come that aligns with the malls that are doing so well, or sorry, the stores that are doing so well in the mall. So where we've given our retail is really two choices, either nowhere to go or nowhere to come. And redeveloping North Point gives both of those new relevance for the retail that's there, new opportunities for retail that's relevant and expanding globally, that there's nowhere else to go in Alpharetta. Office. About 72, maybe there's 100,000, 105,000 people commute every day into Alpharetta. 72,000 net because 26,000 also commute out. As growth is not met from an office standpoint, it will move on. You see where the population is moving north. The office that we proposed is not just for tenants that are looking to expand that might be in the market. We understand not wanting to cannibalize, but the majority is focused on attracting tenants with state economic, city economic development that are not able to be accommodated in Alpharetta. Where is there a 200,000 square foot block for relocation or an expansion of a corporate tenant? They don't have that choice in Alpharetta. If you look at the mixed use environments where those tenants want to be, you could take Avalon downtown and Northlands for an example, where 10,500 people, 10,500 more employees are present than they were in 2019 versus Windward and Mansell traditional office parks, where that number is 7,500 fewer employees present. Food and beverage, a big part of what we do, it's dynamic. You've got dynamic demands. You've got heavy sports, you've got a sports bar, high volume, fast casual before an event, pre-symphony dates in the performing arts, and post-recital places to do and take the grandparents. But something for everyone at life's most special moments. Hospitality. The project that we have put forth with the arena defines the property and the product that we are putting forth. Without that, and to some of the earlier questions, Full-service hotels don't make sense. Other items that need to feed off of that demand generation don't make sense. But with the project we put forward, this is the product that makes sense. And what you see consistent, whether it's the Battery or others, is full service, select service, and some sort of more flexible stay for businesses that have more high demands and more business travel. Residentially, in the last 5 years, more than the number of 25 to 35-year-olds in Alpharetta has dropped by more than half. That's a problem. That's a problem for our schools. That's a problem for our home values. That's a problem for employees. And people need a place to live. With the average homeowner now, the average first-time homeowner being 38, getting people to come and enjoy and become part of the community where they want to put down roots. And when they can afford to buy, and they start families, and they invest and stay in our community. That's a trend we've got to move. And this housing option, within the commercial corridor, provides that option and provides that benefit for Alpharetta. And then last, sports adjacent, brings it all together. Traffic, transit, all of those things are the big piece. It's a demand driver, and I ask, I don't know where else, and there are 50 of these going on around the country, I don't know where else that you have Alpha Loop connections, the only connection across 400 to the Greenway. You've got 2 exits off 400. You have an express lane transit dedicated ramp into the property. You have a MARTA BRT stop. You have parking on site that can be shared. So now we're providing a commuter advantage, and you have a pedestrian dedicated bridge over 400. So this has all the elements that we meet to meet the comp plan. This is the economic fortress and advance that Alpharetta needs. This is North Point. And with that, I'm going to hand over some details to Francis.
Good evening. Good evening. Just a few quick notes on some community benefits. As Tim mentioned, over 20 acres of new parks, trails, and open gathering places. The live music venue, can you all hear me? The live music venue that functions also as a performing arts center for the community sports facility, so the Iceplex that also doubles as a hard court sports building, bringing in regional sports activities and tournaments, the outdoor pavilion area, both for outdoor events and weddings, which doesn't really exist today, and the carousel, again, past nostalgia, and then an opportunity to make new memories. So the intent here with all of these community benefits is really to bring what used to be North Point Mall, bring that community hub back to the life that it used to be with this additional development. From an economic development perspective, North Point will bring more than $2 billion worth of direct construction spending with over 13,000 construction jobs. We've had tremendous success with workforce training programs, partnering with local technical colleges, providing on-site skills training to provide long-term job opportunities amongst all of the construction trades. Once complete, the development would provide over 6,000 new permanent jobs within the offices and all of the buildings, with additional, again, workforce training opportunities in hospitality and operations management throughout. And then the North Point District would create this increased and expanded tax base. So today, the entire city's tax base is about $9.5 billion. This development would increase that digest by about 20%, which is quite impactful. Go through a quick study, an office study. We've had a lot of questions related to office, especially with the adjacent office. So a quick study on the Cumberland area and the Battery. With the announcement of the Braves development at the Battery, there was an increase immediately over the few years past in front of it, a 30% increase in office leasing, which is tremendous. And within the submarket, so the areas immediately around that adjacent to the district, the submarket absorption was 4 times what the prior period was. The rents have climbed over 40%, and what that shows and what we refer to that as the halo effect, which is essentially a ripple effect of benefit and positivity in all of the surrounding areas. So North Point is really a catalytic development that generates significant investment in the surrounding area. So it is a win-win across the board. From a community feedback perspective, we have been keeping the public informed throughout this process, answering questions. We've had over 30,000 engagements on social media, and overall, we've had very positive feedback. This is the most important and impactful development opportunity for the city of Alpharetta. And now we think it would be great for you all to hear from local residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions for the applicant? We're going to stop the clock for now for questions from the board. Your responses don't count against you if the board members have questions.
Yeah, I've got a question, Chairman. Tell me more about what's behind the desire to keep the hybrid hotel in play and not go with 2 full-service hotels, and how strong is that belief on the part of Jamestown?
As we looked across at other sports anchor developments, and the ones we surveyed specifically, find them here, would be the Battery in Atlanta. Battery has, I'm going to talk from a hotel type. The Omni is full service, has an Aloft, which is select service, not necessarily by the city's definition, but by the industry's definition, has a DoubleTree Suites, and you notice the demand that happens there with all of the office, and then now they're building the Autograph as part of the sale of the condos above it. The Star in Frisco supports full-service hotel, limited-service hotel. Texas Live in Arlington has 1,188 keys. That is a Swell, full service, select service, and Residence Inn. Texas Live, Titletown in Green Bay, which is the smallest. Patriot Place is the same combination of hotels, and then West Village in Kansas City. So we've looked at those, and what we see as kind of the right combination is that you've got I'll call it, Omni, Signia, Lowe's, JW Marriott. It's big enough that you have rooftop residents, and I should point out, you're going to see rooftop restaurants. You're going to be able to see from the top of the hotel the skyline of Atlanta to the North Georgia mountains. It's going to be pretty spectacular. And serves 3 meals a day, which is what makes it full service. It has valet, has conference space. The conference space is what supports the rooms when there's not an event, and it works very well with the event and with the hockey and with the sports. The second piece, the select service piece, is whether that's businesses that have limitations on travel from a cost standpoint, or it's just the family component that if you get in your car, if you leave the game, then you may not stay. It's the difference in, for an event, coming from South Georgia or Tennessee or wherever to go to a show and saying, we're going to come down, I'm going to bring the family, we're going to get their first jersey, they're going to make a memory. But when we get in the car to leave, we might as well go home versus, hey, we're going to stay here. Now we're having a staycation. And it's a more affordable place that families can gather. Business isn't a hybrid, I say a hybrid work schedule, and I don't mean work from home. I mean the travel or the consultancy or the outsourcing of various components, or even the bringing in of people. There are tenants in North Atlanta that bring thousands of people in for sales training, medical training, and are looking for somewhere they're staying for weeks on a time. Less than, I think we're capped at 30% with anything long-term. And to be clear, because I know I've heard this, it's zoned as a hotel. We pay hotel taxes for the whole time. If that's 60 days, we're paying hotel taxes every night for 60 days. So I've heard this being an attempt to skirt paying a city's hotel tax, and that is not the case. We know that I just want to make sure that's clear. So when you take the full service, the select service, and you take the suite product, you end up with choice of brands and how do you define those and how do you control 3 separate products. We proposed, and we're open to suggestions otherwise. We had proposed combining those two into a proprietary product that Jamestown had developed, and many of you have toured down at Jamestown, down at Ponce City Market. We combined it because we could improve the quality, I think if you look at the hallways, you look at the sound the doors make when they close, you look at the finish of the fixtures and the bathrooms and the sinks, you look at the high-rise versus much lower rise if you're going to do in a loft. And you look at the rooftop amenities, no select service has a rooftop pool. So we were trying to up the game from what's there, from this select service, and significantly up the game from where there's a suite product and put it into one. We're open to other suggestions. We just want to make sure that, again, the product being the arena and the events dictating what we're asking for, and the project in general.
All right. Any other questions?
We spoke earlier, the board did, in regards to asking staff about whether for sale was contemplated in the discussions that they had with you. So I'd like to hear your feedback for us about why the for sale component wasn't contemplated.
Sure. It's absolutely something that has been explored. It is certainly common in Alpharetta to have a for sale component with a for rent component. And we know that that has been a practice that has gone on over the years. And I think that when you look at what is being proposed here, you've got a development team, and Jamestown is best in class for truly creating the right mix of the uses to have a sustainable, vibrant, successful community. And when you look at North Point, it's a regional destination. That's how it was designed originally. And while there may be down the road, after a mixed use comes to life and you have the energy and you have the excitement and you have all the uses, you may have people that say, and the market may show, hey, a for sale condo might work here. But the challenge is that we're not there now, and we're not going to be there in the first phase of development. And so the benefit of the way the conditions are worded is a for sale residential unit is an authorized use. And we all know as property owners, we're going to want to do what makes sense for the market. And so if the market, after we have the announcement and things are going well and things are being developed, if there's a market there, then that can certainly, I think be something that's on the table. We cannot agree to have it as a condition because that would adversely impact the ability to move this development forward. It wasn't a situation where we submitted this application with asking for for rent units that was, just aspirational goal that we knew that we were never going to get, but we wanted to give room for those numbers to be cut down. That wasn't the strategy, and we've been really transparent with that throughout this process. We wanted to be direct, wanted to be specific, and we wanted to align the mix of uses with what is needed for this vibrant entertainment and sports district in the city. And so my guess is the request is, would you consider a condition that requires the for sale, and we're not in a position to be able to do that.
Even in a phase 2?
As a requirement, no.
Thank you.
Follow up on that. I get where you're coming from. But I also get that I'm looking at a chart that goes out to 2034. Would you agree that your investment in this property is just as important as our investment in this property?
I would agree that the success of this development is just as important to the city as it is to the property owner and to the developer. This is a critical time, and it's an exciting time to have the opportunity to see North Point revitalized into the district that it was intended to be. And I think that absolutely, the city has a stake in here, and the city and the residents, quite frankly. This is an important decision, and I think all those stakeholders, the owner and the city, definitely have an important partnership.
And my point is, 8 years is a long time. I mean, you look at 2018 and to now. Would you ever think that the average first-time home buyer was 38 years old? No.
No.
I get paid to be right on those things, and I can't tell you what's going to happen in 8 years.
That's right.
And my point is, you have this list of how many apartments need to be done and, or would propose to be done in 2029, 2030, 2032, and then 2034. Now, would you agree that sometime in 6 to 8 years, you may say, dang, we should have done townhomes and condos?
I think.
And I want you to have that option is my point, all right? But to randomly pick, hey, I want 600 apartments built by 2029, in which that in itself is probably, who knows? But to say, hey, we're going to definitely need 785 additional apartments that could, if the market changes, become condo and townhomes.
And I would say if townhomes ended up, and I've heard mixed things about townhomes and, more townhomes in the city, but as far as a for sale component, if the market is there in 8 years, this zoning would allow for that to happen.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, and I believe you called it, matter of fact, I love life unfolds in layers. So
Yes.
we can be reasonable at, I'm not saying that your 1,385 is a wrong number. I don't know. But what I am saying is we need to look. And what I'm saying is over the next 8 years, let's give us time to take a look at it. And there's possibly a way to do that. Unless you want to follow up. I'm done.
Okay.
I would only follow
What
up.
just follow up on that is, you talked about housing options, why not put forward, I just don't understand why we can't provide another housing option. And townhomes, condos would be another housing option for that range of adult that you were talking about. And, reducing the number of apartments by 300 and doing condos and townhomes would make a significant difference in this plan.
It would. It would make a significant change in the plan. I think low-density townhomes, if you look at North Point Mall, it is all commercial. I mean, it's townhomes that are going to back up to parking decks, it's townhomes that are going to look at service, it's townhomes that are going to be on roads or across from California Pizza Kitchen or wherever you put it. We're limited by some of the REAs and the surface parking, which the anchors have. And I think it's as out of place as saying, why aren't we putting an office building in the middle of a neighborhood from a scale standpoint? Relative to condos, there's just not much of a market here today, right? There've been some zoned, I don't know that they've sold or even pre-sold over here at Northwind Summit, but there are just very few. There've been a few on Thompson. That market hasn't evolved, especially when you're in some of the highest historic interest rates, and since the GFC anyway, some of the highest historic interest rates, and your buyer pool for those is primarily, I think in this case, retirees. If you want to live in Midtown and you're young, you buy a condo because your apartment options aren't as good. If you want to move out here because you're young, then, and the average homeowner is now 38, you need that rental option. Condos, at the Battery, when you put condos on top of hotels, they serve one purpose, and that is to offset the cost of the hotel, because you can't afford to build it. If that is the math that works, and that is how we need to get that financed, then yes, we would do it. But as a requirement to do it, we might not be able to build a hotel, or as a requirement to do that somewhere on the site, it may not turn out to be a market we can get, and it's not surrounded, it's not adjacent to, there's no low density, really around the site, and I think the scale would feel out of touch for a townhome.
I agree with part of your condo assessment. And the condo market in the country, and specifically Metro Atlanta, was greatly hurt by the change in Fannie Freddie guidelines, which are being, not all the way pages turned back, but it is much easier and will be going forward to purchase a condo. Now, you couple that also with almost 7% interest rates, that becomes a problem. But it goes back to my point, 8 years from now, we could be where we were 8 years ago where condo wasn't a problem. So.
We could there may be that macro demographic change. We don't know. But there are other complexities, and you may be aware of some of them. I mean, it's hard to find a contractor to build condos now because of the statute of limitations on, on the work and, litigation and lawsuits. They're not an easy product, right? They're just not an easy product to do. It makes sense if you need to do it, or it makes sense one day if the market changes. We just can't accept that as a condition.
Oh, well, I'm disappointed to hear that, but it's not a surprise because we've been talking about it for a couple of months now. And I'll say that this plan is going to probably be the most consequential redevelopment plan that occurs in our city for decades. And I think our city has demonstrated the ability to curate really viable mixed-use developments in all over a wonderful city. And we might be up to 14 or 15 at this point. And I can't think of one that has a strictly for rent component. It's either all for sale or it's a mixture of both. And I think the mixture is key for this location. And I won't sit here and tell you where to put townhomes, Tim, because that's not my purview. But I do believe that if there was some effort made to it, that you could probably find a location around the Stormwater Park that would be a suitable potential location for townhomes. And I think you're missing a really important component, because we've got hotels and we've got for rent, and we've got a phenomenal arena and performing arts center. I think people are going to want to live there and invest there. It appears to be a very dynamic environment that I think people would like to invest in and be there for the long term. And I think from our city's perspective, we're hearing from you what's a challenge about it. And I appreciate that, but I think from a city's perspective, I'm looking at what's best for our city short-term and long-term. And I really feel strongly that a for-sale component really would make a difference in the development.
I think the challenge in finding the parallel here is that most mixed-use developments, take Avalon, for instance, have residential across the street. Have a different scale that surrounds it, as does North Point Mall, happens to be on the other side of 400, right? Not within that ring. And we looked at 22 different mall redevelopment sites that total across all of them, almost 38,000 apartment units, and across all of them, 600 for sale residences.
Echo Park is right there on North Point Drive. That's townhomes. So they're right there. Yep. Thank you.
I've got a question. Mr. Perry, we talked about this earlier, but would you give us what happens next, assuming we get approval from City Council, and how this development will be staged? We know how residential has situations that have to happen before they can go, but could you talk to us about how you plan on building this thing out?
Sure.
The phasing is
Do we have that in the appendix?
what he's asking.
All right. Which is, Francis, I'm going to let you walk through
Was
the different phases.
this in our packet?
No.
Okay, so we haven't seen.
No, it's a demonstrative exhibit to explain what we were in case this question came up, to give you a graphic to show this. As far as why it wasn't,
think we would have asked the question on phasing?
we thought that it was highly likely, which is why we brought this.
So from an enabling standpoint, work along the existing, you all have the same thing in front of you, the existing anchor on the south side, enabling that component there, which allows us to then move to enabling B and C, which frees up the rework of the existing portion of the mall, the majority of the existing mall. That allows for, when you jump down to phase one, starting in that southern section, which needs to remain open and operating throughout any development operations, and working kind of northeast as you go down that main corridor spine, where you have, I don't think we have a clicker, but working through, again, the existing retail anchors, the office building that's right there, the one of what we're proposing again is hybrid hotel or a hotel component, the cinema component, and then the residential. And so that's what we're proposing as the initial phase. The second phase then to be built out with the NHL components. I know there was a question earlier on that in terms of projected timeline for that. I think we're projecting, David, not to speak for you, but I think in prior discussions, we think from a completion standpoint, that's probably 4 years out. An arena is a really complex building. And so to build that out, that's why we're showing that as phase two. And then phase three is the entirety of the site. I don't know if that answers your question.
Can you just do me a favor? Can you read off, these are so small. I
Yes,
can't
of
read
course.
any of that.
And
to tell you the
apologies.
truth. So I understand phase one, you're doing the Dillards and then the other component.
Yep.
Yeah, I just can't
All right, let's try.
tell what we're doing.
this. Do you want me to start with phase one?
Yes, please.
Okay, so these are the anchors, the retail anchors. So there's some enabling work that's happening in the initial phases because this area will remain operational. That's why you have all of those surface parking areas that exist today. Those would remain open in the entirety. And then as you go kind of up the spine northeast, you have the cinema. So the enabling work over here to relocate that in its new location here to enable that spine to be built, which doesn't exist today. The office building right here, and what obviously this fall you can't see quite well, is that all of these areas have retail below on the first floor. So that ground plane in all of these subsequent components is shown throughout as well. That is, the retail is part of all of these developments. So you have office, cinema, the hybrid hotel that we're proposing right here, and then these two are your residential components. This is an existing deck right here, and these are new decks, new parking.
Is that existing deck going to service the office building?
There would be a portion of it that may be utilized for office. There would be shared parking with the parking deck that is across the street as well. So the residential will all be nested. The
Okay.
parking counts, and nested just means that, for those not familiar, that it's card access. So it's not kind of open free. Typically, the first few floors of those are shared, and so offices could use them
Okay.
if we allocate them appropriately, or same with retail.
But that large deck is intended to be shared with the office.
Okay, so just to be clear, the phase one is the Van Mar and the Dillards and the hybrid hotel. Well, according to your,
Yep.
that's
Yes.
20 stories.
Correct.
And then the two 20-story residentials, that's two, right?
And the
Then-
office, yep, and the office is not 20.
That's
The
office,
is the
that's
blue.
not a hybrid?
No, I'm sorry, both are in there. So right here is the hybrid. Again, I know it's really small.
Okay,
Hybrid is on the north side,
that's 20 stories, and then
Correct.
there's 7 stories, okay?
correct. And then there's the cinema.
And the cinema is, I don't know, what, 85 feet or something? Like
I think we're targeting 6 stories. I think that's just to be able to
Okay.
accommodate an IMAX.
And then the parking garages.
Correct.
Okay.
And the
how many-
stormwater park components are part of that initial phase as well.
And how
all
many
the way over to
residential
the right.
units would be in those first 2 buildings?
I'm sorry?
How many residential units in the first 2 buildings?
Right now, these are programmed for 300 each, so
So that hits the
600 total.
600, okay. Thank you.
The zoning conditions reflect, I think what your point is that the boulevard, when the puck drops, that the boulevard would be complete, and you would have restaurants and everything open. Then the vertical uses, because the buildings get built at the same time, you got to build the vertical uses up above it. And so we were pretty intentional about what pieces needed to be open for the opening of the arena, events, hockey, whatever. And then, meaning the hotel, an office, multifamily, because it's above the retail, and that retail fronts the plaza or fronts the front door of the arena. And then the later office, later residential phases, we can program as demand dictates.
And then the overall time frame. I know you pick a starting time, but the build-out of this, is this a 5, 6, 7-year project?
We're proposing, yes, we're proposing up to 10 years, but that includes all of the design and permitting within it. And so construction won't be for that full period.
Right.
There's just a tremendous amount of planning and permitting and everything that goes into it.
So in perfect world, 3 years before you can do much. If you said 3 years for planning and design, is that?
For different components, they're all at slightly different rates. So, for example, residential is typically a 24-month construction time with at least 12 to 16 months in advance of that.
Okay.
And so each component is slightly different depending on the scale. So it's very much an overlap.
Okay, thank you.
All right, phase 2?
One question on the ownership. When it's all said and done, before you turn a spade of dirt or demolish anything, will there be one owner, or is the mall going to be owned by multiple entities as it is?
As far as the site goes? Yeah, New York Life owns the entire site with the exception of Von Maur and with the exception of Dillard's.
And that will phase 2, were you asking about? Just running through that. So in addition to the phase 1, which are shown, all those areas are grayed out on this, you have the additional parking behind the cinema right here. You have the community ice, the arena, there's additional multifamily over here, and then the convention hotel. And so as Tim mentioned earlier, kind of the intent is that all of those get delivered so you have the complete corridor here activated. You have that density to support all of those uses as part of that phase. Phase 3 then is just additional. You have the live music up here and then the additional residential components here. You have an additional office right here, and then there's another residential component right here. So it's kind of working in the central line and then working out. Yep, and that's really important from a logistics and a sequencing standpoint, because portions of the site will be open and operational with no interruption this entire period. It's really important to segregate some of that construction so that that can be maintained. And then as you work out, you're not under construction on a really important parcel while you're trying to open up for hockey season.
Well, while I've got you, will part of the parking structures, will it be free, or is everything going to be paid to park there?
So components, typically the way that the parking is structured, and I can let Rob speak to some of the parking as well, it's a shared model. So the way that that works, as people come in and out, usually from a parking standpoint, office parkers may pay to park as part of their monthly component, but it's really by use. Residential will be separate and hotel will be separate, as we talked about. Typically, there's a parking structure, payment structure with the parking. I don't know that we fully fleshed out all of that, but typically there's a period of free parking to incentivize folks to come for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. That is often something that continues to develop as different buildings come online as part of the development.
Thank you. I would say, Mr. Mitchell, that retail, paid parking for retail in the suburbs doesn't work,
That's
right?
why I asked
So,
the
so you come down to where you have nested or shared parking and what hours for office. Apartments, whatever, premium or something, somebody may want to charge to be close to the stairs or the elevator. And then you have events, right? And then you have commuter parking as well, because the large parking facility along 400 is able to accommodate, commuters, people use MARTA that want to park there and commute. But that's really a big shared deck, and events, retail, MARTA, all get served by it.
So I have a question on the parking. Are you able to address that, or do I need
We
a
have,
parking person?
Kimberly Horn is here for parking.
Because I know you were asking for a variance on the 500 feet.
Yes.
Within, and we have this little diagram. I don't know if you have that.
Yes.
To show the public.
We're familiar.
But in the packet, it talks about there's 41 home games. And I think our sports person that talked to us, it's about 40% of the use of parking. But, we're also concerned about the other 60%, obviously, because we need parking. But it said that there would be available, I don't know, I think 85,000 parking spaces would be available within a 15-minute walk. I think that was a number that somebody, am I right on that?
Sorry. So Rob Ross with Kimley Horn, 11720 Amber Park Drive. So my background, transportation, and I do a lot of event work, Super Bowls. We work the World Cup for the summer, and I've done a number of different venues, professional, college, all across the country. It was mentioned that there's 10,000 spaces.
10,000, I'm sorry, I said 85, I don't know where I got that, sorry.
Within a 15-minute walk.
Yes, okay.
And so, if you build all the parking that you need on the site for the event and everybody else, what ends up happening when there's that much parking that's available nearby, people park nearby. And so you end up overbuilding, you build way more than you really need, because people will go and park in other areas that might be cheaper, because it would be pay to park for the events.
So my concern on that is, and you probably have a solution to my concern, but if you're looking at parking available around a 15-minute perimeter of the arena, I'm hoping that you're not counting the spots in front of Target and Total Wine and Nordstrom Rack and Best Buy and all the places that people are going to be shopping, and you're going to disrupt businesses because you're counting those spots. So you're not counting those spots, right?
Definitely not counting all of those spots.
But you're counting some.
I'm counting some, yes.
Okay, but how are you going to stop the disruption of businesses along that corridor if you're going to allow parking? You're going to have parking agreements with all these people?
That's why it takes time to build out those parking agreements, and you talk with them about what their concerns would be and how you can work with them and get a positive thing. A lot of them, we understand that there has been some initial feedback that's positive because they want the additional business. It's a captive audience. People will come, they want to go and they'll shop or they'll have dinner and they'll walk across the street and they'll go to the game. And that's exactly.
Well, it could be positive, but it could be negative because somebody's trying to get school supplies at Target and can't get to Target, or they can't go to Total Wine because they can't find a parking spot. So there could be issues regarding parking here.
So I think that a couple of points in addition to what Rob shared as it relates to the parking agreements. First and foremost, under the staff's conditions, parking agreements are going to need to be agreed to with other property owners, and I believe that we have some of the surrounding commercial property owners that quite frankly are excited. You've heard the statistic, 38% decline in visitors to North Point. This is an area where you can get a parking spot at Target. I mean, I haven't been to Target in the last, I don't know that I've ever been to this Target, not been able to find a parking space. And so I think that there are property owners that are craving more people coming in and are, quite frankly, I think, open to and maybe even excited about the thought of, number one, being able to monetize their empty parking spaces that they have right now because we've got so many surface parking lots. And we have fewer and fewer people that have been coming into North Point as a whole. And as it relates to, so that's kind of on that shared parking agreement. And I did want to make sure that it was very clear and there wasn't confusion. We have over 8,500 parking spaces on the property. That parking is sufficient for the use of the entire district for every day. So the additional parking that we're talking about that would need to be located off-site is only for those large events. And I think to Rob's point, you want to bring people in, and that adds extra business. That's kind of the halo effect. And we would certainly not be utilizing parking on somebody else's property without an agreement in place, and the city is going to require those agreements to be in place before we build the arena. So I do think that the parking will be sufficient to provide a safe and comfortable opportunity for people to have many different options of where to park, and it will also boost business for those surrounding property owners and businesses that are in the area.
Question, if you're finished. To follow up on the parking, so I'm not looking at the parking agreement that is in the 600-page report, but I'm looking at the staff report that talks about the demand for home games, and they are reflecting that only 15% of the year home games will occur, so that's a total of 41 games. So is your parking agreements that you're negotiating with surrounding property owners to support that component, or the component when the arena is being used for all these other events that are not related to hockey? And as Ms. Reynolds alluded to earlier, we were briefed with the CAA consultant, and he made it very clear that the goal for the arena is to support hockey 40% of the time, and then the other 60% to be supported with all sorts of types of events, concerts, you name it. But the intent is for the arena to be used 100%. So it's a little misleading for us to be saying only 15% of the time you've had to negotiate, these agreements are going to be needed. You're going to be looking at negotiating agreements for whenever that arena is secured. Is
Yes,
that?
and I'll ask Rob to correct me if I misspeak, but based on the Kimley Horn study that did look at this, shared parking, that is for major arena events. And so that is not limited to just hockey events. So this is looking at.
How many beyond the 40 games a year?
I don't think that we have a number, because I think until we build it and they can come, we certainly don't have, I think Tim mentioned
So there's not an
earlier,
assumption?
We don't have Monster Jam or, a big convention or something yet, but I think certainly, and you have to think about it, I think you all are thinking about it from the city's perspective, which is probably the most important perspective, and the city is going to want to make sure that there is sufficient parking, and so is the property owner. It's not going to do any of those retail tenants, the hotel, it's not going to do anybody any good if we are not parking major events and having those agreements in place. So I think that has certainly been part of the arena. Certainly, we're talking about it as an NHL arena, but the intention is to use it for other events, and those other events would have to be parked.
Thank you.
I do believe we were presented something earlier in the workshop that said a total of, they proposed 96 days. 42, 44 for the hockey, and another 50 plus for other events.
So less than 100.
In that 100 is the range, because I thought to myself a third of the time.
And for some clarity, to round out Commissioner Reynolds' comments, those parking spaces may be owned by the landlord, but they are effectively leasehold owned by the tenants. And this, they have rights, and those tenants know better than me, you, or the landlord, what benefit they would have from having people, giving up some spaces, and how many they would need to protect. So ultimately, the tenant themselves is the one that's going to have that final decision.
All right, thank you so much. We,
I'm sorry, I have one more question, and it's not related to parking or for sale. It's related to the Alpha Loop and the new rendering that Ms. Cook had depicted and the alignment around the stormwater park. I'd like to get your feedback on that.
I think we talked about it when we saw that. We had not seen that, earlier, but I don't think there's any objection to that. I mean, I think the goal for this development is to really embrace the Alpha Loop. It is certainly a benefit in the city, and I think will be a tremendous asset to the development. And so having the opportunity to drive more users of the Alpha Loop towards the Stormwater Park is not something that we have a concern with. And I think had looked at that and had the engineers, looking at that a couple of weeks ago when we were exploring different options after some feedback on the Alpha Loop. So I think that works for us.
Okay. And then
Happy
just
to be able to say that.
Thank you. And then I know that we've talked about the standard width and some enhancements that you were planning to make. Can you articulate that a little bit more so the folks in the audience understand that?
Sure.
And I was trying to see if we have a.
Yeah, I think, the streetscape isn't, it's not a fancy colored drawing, but I think that it does provide the dimensions. Just for the benefit of the audience, one of the concerns that was expressed by some of the planning commissioners and other people in the community was as it relates, the Alpha Loop typically is 12 feet. We had been talking about 15 feet, so making it even wider. And a concern about having the Alpha Loop basically also the sidewalk with the storefronts. And so the streetscape that you see now actually has landscaping separation.
Yep, I don't know if it's kind of small. But can you see that? So we have supplemental zone, might be a little bit easier in plan view. So supplemental zone. In between, so this would be where, let's say you have a cafe and you have tables and chairs kind of out here in this supplemental zone right here. Then we have a tree well zone right here, proposed as 7 feet wide. So that is kind of a natural barrier between this area where people are walking and interacting and shopping, and then the 15-foot Alpha Loop on one side of the street. So that's right here, that's where this is shown. And then an additional physical barrier right here. And so in certain areas that gets a little larger, these areas could be landscaped as well, where there isn't parallel parking. This zone right here is about 8 feet. So you have kind of the nodes of parallel parking on the street, and then where you don't have that, it pops out. So you have an additional buffer on both sides of the Alpha Loop, and this is a raised curb. And then on the other side, the additional landscape buffer, we still have, I believe it's 7 or 8 foot sidewalk here on this side as well, and then that supplemental zone again. So we're showing the Alpha Loop on one side of the street section going through the main area. Correct.
So from a safety standpoint, you're not concerned about somebody parking alongside the road and getting hit by a bike coming on as he's?
We're not, no, this will be more of a, which is difficult to see in plan view, but more of a physical barrier right here in between the parking.
So they'll have to go around someplace to get They'll have to cross the street, or what will they'll have to get someplace to find a place to,
We'll have crosswalks throughout. You mean if people are parking on this side?
Yeah.
Am I understanding your question correctly?
Would it be possible to find the fly-through and pick an image out of that you have?
Yep.
Okay. I think that's where we've illustrated it, and I think it shows it a lot better. Or this one, yeah.
Yep, that might be a little bit better too.
I do think the delineation is better since we discussed about this, because I think we were concerned about safety for everybody. I'm still a little concerned, but this is a lot better in its plan, so I think it's
Is
better.
this showing, this coming up on your screen now?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And so just to net this out, this discussion about the Alpha Loop, was the city staff okay with your proposal to make it 15 feet wide as opposed to the standard 12?
My understanding is yes. I'll ask them to confirm.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to figure out if we have an issue there or not.
Relative to the new ask that we saw tonight, I might actually ask for a slight change to it. And if we could loop it all the way around that phase, instead of having it go down to North Point, because it kind of dead ends into nothing, and actually extend the Alpha Loop along both the east-west and the north-south, instead of you pulled it off the north-south. Is that what I mean? And making it a loop so you're able to go down, enjoy the park, and come back a different direction, rather than a little piece that goes to North Point, because they don't really go anywhere. So that's more trail, not less.
All right, it's almost 10 o'clock. I'm very sympathetic to the audience who have been so patient. The commissioners can still have more time to ask more questions after we hear from the public. But if you have pressing questions, you can ask them now or wait until after we hear from those in the audience. The next phase will be the public comments. You have used 18 minutes, 35 seconds. You have 21 minutes, 25 seconds for those in favor. But I'm going to ask the question to the board whether they want to take a break before we go to public comment. I'm hearing yes. So we're going to take 5 minutes and we'll be back, and then you have your time to speak.
If anyone would like to comment and you haven't filled out a comment card, please bring it to me now. Thank you.
Are you sure? I know, it's so cool.
Is it locked?
didn't know you were EDT.
We are going to resume the meeting in a moment. If you can take your seats, please. I know, it's cold. It's amazing when you give people 5 minutes, they take 10 or 15, but I know you've been sitting for a long time. I'm going to open the meeting for public comments, and we start with those in favor. Please come forward, and you have a total of 21 minutes, 25 seconds. The applicant wanted 5 minutes for rebuttal, so if something has been said, we don't need to keep repeating it, but we want to give you enough time to.
Can you bring me, I have a.
You have people who signed up?
I'll call you up. I'll call your name. Did you fill out a comment card? I did. Okay. Need that for me. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, when you come up, when I call your name.
All right,
sorry.
she'll read the names on the card,
Okay.
and then I'll see whether there's anybody else.
All right. I have Robert Sanford, 233 Downing Drive.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Commissioner and members of the commission. I am very much for this effort. Again, Robert Sanford, 233 Downing Drive. That's Echo Park, so we are the closest to the community, and I am very much in support of this effort. As you look at it today, we have nothing. We have our folks down the street up in Forsyth that are focused on doing something for their community. So I definitely think it's something that needs to be done. As I sat here for the last 3 hours, I kept looking up at the sill and it says New Prospect. I lived here in the community for 8 years, and I've watched what you have done downtown Alpharetta what you have done in Avalon, and it's been tremendous for this community. And, you know, I think I've heard Mike, I think was his name, he said 77% of the community says this is the #1 effort that they want for a mixed-use community, which is live, work, and play. So I really think you do need to focus on moving forward with this effort. It would be very vital for the community, for tax revenue for the city of Alpharetta, and something new. Focus on what that says up there, new prospect, and let's move forward. I think their presentation is great, what they're offering for us, and I just think it would be very beneficial to the community at large. My 2 cents.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Colin Lucas.
Good night, evening. Colin Lucas, 350 Villa Magnolia Lane, Alpharetta. Being a longtime resident and visitor to Alpharetta, I grew up in Johns Creek, so I played hockey at the Cooler. Before that closed, sadly, and then visited North Point Mall growing up. All throughout high school, it was kind of like the place to go, place to be. And it definitely is not much anymore. Every time I drive by it, it kind of is a reminder of what it used to be and how great it was. And now it's, I hate to say it, kind of an eyesore at times with a big empty parking lot, and especially now with all the trees cut down on 400. Yeah, kind of a good reminder of that. But with that, having a hockey arena, having a mixed use land space, having all of those potentials would bring so much economic increase to the city, bring another great aspect. We go to downtown all the time, go to Avalon all the time, went there as it was growing through the phases, and to, I mean, your point, you know, you kind of have to learn as you develop a property, right? In 2006, who would ever have known that 2008 was happening, and then developing more and more as you go down. So as a developer for my job, there is an aspect of being able to pivot is always important. And I think with their plan, there is potential to pivot as they go through phases. So very, very in favor of all of it. And looking from a young person that's going to be in the Alpharetta area for quite some time, being a homeowner, I just see great economic potential over the next 30, 40 years or so. So that's all I got.
Thank you for your comments.
Callie Boatwright.
Thank you. Callie Boatwright. I'm the president of the Greater North Fulton Chamber at 10,000 Avalon. I'm here to speak in support of this initiative. Appreciate Chair and Commissioners listening to my comments. I want to start just with the point that this has been the retail center for this area for a long time. I've been here for 8.5 years, and I can remember bringing my daughter to the American Girl store when it was at North Point Mall and making the day at, and what a great experience it was. I drove 35 miles from Douglasville with a child to go to that store for that experience. She's now 26, and the mall, unfortunately, is just as outdated. So what I would like to see is a chance for all of us to be able to have that same experience, but with a new product. And that's what Jamestown is offering. This is a chance to revitalize and transform this property. It's already been proven to work in other metro Atlanta cities. And of course, Jamestown too has a proven track record with developments like Ponce City Market. So I think it's the right time. I think it's the right place. I was actually part of the 2019 North Point Creative Placemaking Plan when I got here to take this position. And unlike prior plans that have been presented to this council, the council has paused on all of those to wait for the right thing. And I truly believe that this is the time and this is the right thing. This redevelopment has been mentioned to be aligned with the City of Alpharetta's own comprehensive plan with the North Point Tax Allocation District. the city created, meaning that this kind of project is what Alpharetta has already said that it wants for this community, and certainly the neighbors have spoken as well. Today, residents often have to drive to Midtown, Buckhead, all over for quality entertainment. My young professionals who meet in my office for that committee go to SunTrust to hang out. I'd prefer they hang out here and spend their dollars here. This project certainly supports the Chamber's efforts towards workforce development, reducing drive time, adding to the community's quality of life, rather than changing the amazing place that I believe Alpharetta already is. The reality is we are part of a larger ecosystem in this region, and a revitalized higher density district will benefit the surrounding businesses through more foot traffic, through a larger customer base for events, dining, entertainment, and for steadier recurring visitors than the mall currently generates. The increased business activity will also, of course, add to the tax digest for the city and for our schools. It is for all of these reasons that the Chamber supports this transformational project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I assume you're speaking for the Chamber or for yourself? Thank you.
John Lamb.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I live here and I work here and I want to play here. So I have Falcon season tickets to get my fix. Got to go down there. Hate that ride. Go to a lot of Braves games. It's tough to get over there. It would be great to have something of our own here in the city. I was kind of blown away by the groundswell of support that came downtown during the World Cup. It was packed down here. Every U.S. game that was played, downtown filled up. I've never seen the green so crowded as when we had the screen. And I looked around at the sense of community, and it was just off the charts. You know, I was never more proud to live here than that night, seeing what was going on here. Hockey. The Stanley Cup was here last summer. The line was too long. I had to get back to my shop. You know, it was just, there was too many people there to see the Stanley Cup. We're uniquely positioned here where we're at. There's two big towns to the south of us that have hockey. You never would have thought hockey would do well in Tampa and in Sunrise. Florida, it's booming. You go up to Nashville, you go to Raleigh, it's booming. And we're right here in the middle. And, you know, hockey fans travel. They'll come up here to see their team. They'll come down here to see their team. You know, we'll go down there to see our team. I just think it would be a great idea to add this. It's kind of a culmination of where the city's been going. The decisions that have been made here since I've lived here for 20 years have just, they've all worked out. A lot of the concerns that I hear are probably the same concerns that people had before they did North Point 35 years ago, before we did Avalon, before we did downtown. And it's all worked out. You know, we've done well. Valid concerns, but, you know, it's all worked out. Some of the things I've heard tonight was when you,
Okay.
we talk about parking. You know, I did some numbers real quick up there, and you know, $20 a spot. If a guy's got 300 spots on his lot, he's going to be making almost $500,000 a year off his empty lot that just sits out there right now. I think these people have those agreements signed in a heartbeat. As a matter of fact, over at the Battery, all the business owners there, the people that own the office buildings, they're making some good money off the parking. And one guy in particular I met, he was thrilled. He just bought the building, and he goes, wow, now all of a sudden I'm getting parking revenue. My property value just went up. The other thing is, you know, I drive to Sandy Springs a lot. I have a store down there. And, you know, 400 was a beautiful ride, and now it looks like hell. Granted, it's construction, but I thought there used to be a thing where we'd had to keep the trees. There was like a buffer zone. Now the trees are gone, and we're going to put up some walls. It's not going to be real pretty. What is pretty when I drive down there is the King and the Queen building. So you talk about big buildings, right? Was it 32 stories, I think? They're pretty big. They're beautiful. I'd like to have some big, beautiful buildings up here for us to look at rather than the walls that are the retaining walls going up 400. A pretty arena, It'll look good. Right now, it almost looks like Topgolf is a hockey net. Like we've already approved the giant hockey net on 400. And, you know, and so let's get an arena and let's get some pretty buildings to look at instead of the hockey net on the left, you know, as you're going north. So anyway, Avalon was bold, you know, downtown, we did this, it was bold. It's time to be bold again. You know, let's not lose this opportunity, because if this thing slips through our fingers and goes to South Forsyth, Alpharetta's a cut-through. We're a pass-through for all the traffic. It's not going to be pretty, especially in Windward. If you live in Windward, the traffic that's going to get up to that South Forsyth location, it's not going to be pretty. And we're still going to be stuck with, what do we do with North Point? So let's be bold, all right? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Nadia Garner.
Good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm tired and I'm hungry. So please bear with me. I'm tired because of the way North Point looks. I moved to the Alpharetta area in 2022. I live in Echo Park, 302 Olmsted Way. I was excited to move there because there was an opportunity that something was going to be done with North Point. And sadly, nothing was done with North Point. 4 years later, here we are, and it's the same thing. I'm tired of living where I'm living, and that's a sad thing. I moved here in 1994. I've been here a very long time, and I've seen the changes that have happened with Alpharetta. My children went to Rivers Academy, and I watched Town Hall be built. I watched Avalon. This city is amazing. Our city officials have done amazing things with us, but they have neglected North Point. Yes, I've taken my daughter to the American Girl doll store. We shopped for prom dresses. We even went to the Disney store. It was a great place to go to. But now we need something better. We need a change. Change is coming. The ELT is coming. What is that going to bring for us? For those of you who do not live on Haynesbridge Road, every day I see homeless people, and it's sad. North Point Mall has turned into a homeless haven. With the rise of the ELT and with downtown, if any of you have gone to Georgia Tech, that's where my son went to, have seen the tents down there, that's what I'm fearful for. I'm fearful that North Point will turn into another tent city. We don't want that. We don't want that for our beautiful city. I believe in what the city is doing. I've seen what the city has done, and I just want us to take this opportunity to do something and make a change. Something that we can cherish moving forward. Something that we can be proud about, and something that we can have memories going forward with our adult children, our young children, or our grandchildren. Now, I'm hungry for a change, so let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. How many more people do we have?
3 more in favor and 1 in opposition.
Okay, 3 in favor. All right, call the next one. We have 7 minutes left.
Daniel Bush.
Hello, Daniel Bush, 9230 Martin Road. Good evening. Like I said, my name is Daniel Bush, and I serve as the redevelopment director for the Southeast region for Brixmor Property Group. As some of you may know, Brixmor Property Group is a publicly traded real estate investment trust that owns and operates hundreds of commercial retail centers across the United States. And one of those properties is Mansell Crossing, located directly across Encore Parkway from the proposed North Point redevelopment. Given Mansell's close proximity, the future of the North Point Mall site is important, not only to the surrounding community, but also to the long-term vitality of the neighboring businesses and developments, including our own. From Brixmor's perspective, we don't have concerns regarding retail competition between the two properties. And in fact, we believe that successful neighboring developments can create a stronger overall destination that benefits the broader market. Having spent much of my career focused on development and redevelopment projects, I, along with my colleagues at Brixmor, view the North Point Sports and Entertainment District as a thoughtful and well-conceived investment in the future of this community. The plan reflects a balanced approach and incorporates many of the elements that are critical to creating successful, vibrant, mixed-use destinations. As with any project of this scale and significance, it's natural and it's appropriate that questions and concerns be raised and carefully evaluated. However, when considering the future of this property, it is important to weigh this proposal against the realistic alternatives. In our view, the North Point Sports and Entertainment District offers a substantially stronger outcome for the site, the surrounding area, and the community than any likely alternative scenario. Brixmor appreciates the work that's gone into developing this vision, and we encourage thoughtful consideration of the long-term benefits it can bring to the city of Alpharetta and the North Point area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Parker Welton.
My name is Parker Welton, 1115 Howell Mill Road. I'm a commercial real estate broker here in Atlanta. I specialize in office leasing for the last 9 years. Tonight I'm speaking in favor of North Point Mall District development, but before I get into my day job, I want you to know that I have deep roots in this community. My dad went to Milton High School. My grandparents lived right off of Main Street. I've lived in 5 different houses in Windward. I went to Alpharetta High School, and growing up, North Point Mall wasn't just a shopping center, it was the place. It's where our parents took us to dinner, where I got an American Girl doll, where I rode the carousel, where they dropped me off to hang out with my friends. But North Point was truly Alpharetta's front porch. That's the lens I bring to this before I put on my broker hat. Unfortunately, that's not true anymore. As you've heard today, the legacy mall format that made this place special in 1993 is simply outdated today. That's not a loss, it's an opportunity. It's a chance to build something for the next generation instead of watching this site continuing to decline. What's being proposed isn't a mall renovation, it's a true mixed-use community intertwined with the excitement of the NHL arena. It's the true year-round, day-to-night destination this community really wants. It's where you want to be from 9 to 5 and from 5 to 9. I look at Alpharetta as having 3 centers of gravity, connected by the Alph Loop: Avalon, downtown Alpharetta, and then North Point Malls District. Avalon and downtown Alpharetta have seen significant investment and revitalization over these last 2 decades, but the missing part of the trifecta is North Point. The future redevelopment of North Point District wouldn't be competing with Avalon or downtown, it's complementing them, with its own identity built around sports and entertainment and live performance that none of the others can offer. Now, I'm an office broker, so let me speak to what I know best, but I think the question is, as some of you guys have seen, the headlines are telling you that there is an office demand. It's a fair question, and I want to answer that with data and not sentiment. Alpharetta's Class A office is sitting around 80% leased today. Very healthy compared to other submarkets in the city, but if you take a closer look at where the demand is actually landing and take a deeper dive into the Class A submarket, Avalon is 99% leased. The surrounding Avalon buildings are 96% leased, commanding the highest rents in the entire North Fulton comp set. If you spread out and look further into newer construction like Southern Post, Kimball Place, Edison, Halcyon, those are sitting at 97% leased. It's not a coincidence, it's what the market is telling us exactly what it wants. Office demand hasn't disappeared, it's relocating the buildings where employees can create community. It's not just flight to quality anymore, it's flight to energy, and energy is exactly what the North Point Mall Sports District would bring. You don't have to guess whether sports-anchored development significantly can drive office demand. You have proof of that just up the road. The Battery and its surrounding office development, the Galleria, is sitting at 95% leased. If you put a stadium at the center of a walkable mixed-use district, you don't just sell tickets, you build a community and companies that want to be at all year round. Continuing into North Fulton's office demand, I'm on the leasing team for both Medley and Continuum, 2 mixed-use projects here within North Fulton. First, looking at Medley, Medley is Johns Creek's new development by Toro Development Company with 110,000 square feet of office. It hasn't even opened yet, and that office will be 100% leased by grand opening in October. Then there's Continuum, the former HP campus that Southwest Value Partners is redeveloping and seeing similar success. We started at 50% leased when Southwest Value Partners acquired the property 3 years ago. The repositioning of the office was finalized last summer. We have since signed 70,000 square feet of new office leases. We're finalizing a lease for another 40,000 square feet, and we have a prospect to take the rest of the 85,000 square feet. That's real active demand for the right product in the right location. And being an Alpharetta native, my roots run through that project too. Fun fact, my mom met her best friend there when she started working there out of college, who introduced her to my dad. So you can say Alpharetta office runs my blood. Alpharetta has already run this experiment with Avalon and City Center. It worked both times, and the leasing data proves demand for the right kind of office. Jamestown and the team behind this project that built Pond City Market, Avalon, Forum, Peachtree Corners, and Colony Square are some of the most successful mixed-use projects in Atlanta's history. What makes their work stand out isn't just the beautiful buildings and green spaces, it's that they design intentionally with the surrounding community and the energy that pulls people to the site and keeps them coming back. Jamestown, alongside New York Life, is the team to make sure that North Point gets the same treatment. They don't just build projects, they build communities. I'm asking you to finish what the city started so that 20 years from now, my son will be able to be proud to say that he grew up going to the North Point district, same place his mom grew up going to, but helped blossom into its true potential. So let's skate to where the puck is going and embrace this redevelopment.
Thank you, and she used the rest of the time. But was there somebody else
Yes, we have a Matthew Belberg.
in favor?
Yes.
All right, we'll give you a few more minutes.
Thank you, appreciate it. Good evening, City Council members, fellow residents. My name is Matt Alberti. I live at 3420 Marquise Moore. I've proudly called Alpharetta home for many years. I'm not here tonight simply because I want an NHL team. I'm here because I believe this project has the potential to become one of the most important developments in Alpharetta's history. North Point Mall has served this community well for decades. Many of us have memories there, but retail has changed. Communities evolve. Great cities don't stand still. They reinvent themselves while preserving what makes them special. I believe this is Alpharetta's opportunity to do exactly that. This project isn't just about replacing a mall. It's about creating a destination, a place where families gather, where local businesses thrive, where visitors stay in our hotels, eat in our restaurants, shop in our stores, attend concerts, sporting events, festivals, and community events. A place that's alive every day of the year. We've already seen what visionary development can accomplish. Look at Avalon. Avalon simply isn't a shopping center. It's become the heart of our community. People don't go there just because they have to. They go because they want to. It's where we meet friends, celebrate birthdays, attend events, and spend time together. Then look at the Battery Atlanta. The Braves were already a successful organization. What the Battery created was something much bigger. It transformed the area around Truist Park into one of the country's premier entertainment districts. People visit whether there's a baseball game there or not. Restaurants are full, hotels stay busy, businesses thrive. And then there's Pond City Market. Jamestown took what many saw as an aging Sears building and transformed it into one of Atlanta's most vibrant mixed-use destinations. Today it's filled with restaurants, retail, offices, entertainment, and public gathering spaces. It didn't just redevelop a building, it helped redefine an entire neighborhood. Jamestown doesn't have a history of simply developing properties. They have a history of creating destinations. That's what a great destination does. Now imagine bringing those same ideas here at North Point. Not to replace Avalon, not to compete with downtown Alpharetta, but to complement them. Avalon has its identity. Downtown has its identity. North Point has the opportunity to become the next great destination in a community that already knows what great destinations look like. Imagine parks, trails, connecting people, restaurants and retail filled with families, concerts, community events, hotels welcoming visitors from throughout the Southeast, office space bringing more jobs to Alpharetta, a performing arts venue, a community ice rink where kids can learn to skate and play hockey, and yes, an NHL franchise serving as the anchor that brings it all together. That's what excites me, not just the hockey, but the vision. So I grew up outside of Washington, D.C., where my parents had season tickets to the Washington Capitals. Some of my greatest childhood memories were made in that arena with my family. So when the Thrashers came to Atlanta, I became a season ticket holder for every single year they were here. I know firsthand what professional sports can mean to a family and to a community. It's been 15 years since the Thrashers have left. The Thrashers didn't leave because the fans failed. They left because ownership failed. 15 years later, our region is completely different. North Fulton has grown, our corporate community has grown, our population has grown. Families across the country, including many from traditional hockey markets like Boston, New York, Philly, and Chicago, now call Alpharetta home. The audience is already here. For years we've heard people say that hockey does not belong in the South, that a team wouldn't succeed. I don't believe that's true anymore. Just look at Tampa Bay, Florida, Carolina. They've won 5 out of the last 7 Stanley Cups. You know, Nashville, they have an unbelievable, passionate fan base. The question isn't whether hockey belongs in the South anymore. The question is whether Alpharetta is ready to become the next great success story. I believe the answer is yes. But whether someone loves hockey or has never watched a game in their life, I believe they can appreciate what this project represents. More jobs, more opportunities for local businesses, more entertainment, more reasons for families to spend time together, more reasons for people to choose Alpharetta. Communities aren't remembered because they played it safe. They're remembered because they had the vision to invest in something that changed their future. 10 years from now, I believe people will look at North Point the same way they look at Avalon and the Battery today, as a place that transformed a community, as a place where memories were made, as a place that people are proud to call their own. The next great chapter in Alpharetta's story is waiting to be written. I hope we have the vision to write it together. And if the vision includes bringing the National Hockey League back to Georgia, I can't think of a better place than Alpharetta. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have spent 46 minutes and 49 seconds, and we'll give those opposed the same amount of time as the applicant and those in favor had. Now, I'm going to ask for those in opposition.
I have one comment card. Bruce Cruller.
You have 46.
And
All right,
49 seconds.
No. Just want to say thank you for allowing me to be here. It's been a very interesting night. I know everybody's worked hard on this. I'm not necessarily totally against it. I'm just still on the fence. And tonight here, I came here and wanted to understand what was going on. I've been here almost 30 years. I've lived in Forsyth County. I've lived in Dunwoody. I've seen a lot of this area developed. I've seen changes in plans. I've seen the best plans go haywire, and I'm just a little worried about this plan here. I like hockey. I also was raised in Virginia. Capitals fan. So I've been to other arenas. The other arenas, say Nashville, Tampa, they're around tourist areas. It's already established. They're successful that way. I'm just worried about, we're going to tear down a mall. The mall could be, part of it could be saved. I'm glad to see that was happening. But I think just coming in, I feel like we got a blank slate, and there's too much, let's say, too much of a hurry to go ahead and tear the mall down and start construction on something I feel that still is not fulfilled as to what they really want to do. Right now I hear apartments, 5 parking decks. We want to tear down a perfectly good movie theater and move it. You know, spend millions of dollars on just tearing things down and moving them around. The hockey arena would be nice. The special event center, performing arts would be nice. I'm not sure we need another $750,000. I mean, 750,000 square feet of retail or commercial. We're at 25% vacancy for office vacancy, counting another maybe 5% that we don't know about that may be coming, ending up leasing soon. You got a lot of apartments around here. I think we just need to slow it down a little bit on here. If we get a stadium, we get a hockey arena, that's great. I think the Battery's a different position though, because the Battery is on the corner of 2 major interstates. I-20's down the road, the airport's within 30 minutes. That makes it very feasible for a hockey team, professional team. It's an hour to get up here. I don't know if an NHL team's going to want to come up, fly in, and spend an hour on the highway trying to get up here. We'll see on that. So I just don't want this arena to be built and then 5 years later sitting empty because nobody wanted to take care of it. I also want to make sure that because of past projects in other parts of this city here, that it was talked about that it's a no-go until we get the confirmation there's going to be a hockey team. I don't want half the mall torn down, apartments built, and it's like, whoops, okay, we're done. That has happened in Roswell. There's a mixed-use facility supposed to be in there a few years back. They built the apartments and they bailed on the rest of the retail. That may be happening somewhere else right now. I just think this project it started out with several years back as an apartment complex, mixed-use facility. Don't know what happened on that. It just kind of died out. There was a big fanfare, it died out. Now we want a hockey stadium. I heard that, that's great. And then all of a sudden now let's add another 1 million square feet. Let's do $2 billion worth of construction. We've got all these empty office buildings that are not fully being used. Let's figure out what to do with those first. Alpharetta is a great area. I'm spoiled, I always say, because you go 4 miles and hit anything you want basically around here. Sports is great. I'm not comfortable with the speed of this project. I think there needs to be more information on, is there going to be a requirement to have these places pre-leased, like 30 to 40% pre-leased before construction starts on the commercial district? Or are we just going to build and hope somebody comes here? What's the protection going to be at the Continuum that's being built and at the Avalon, that those stores there, once the stores are built here, move over here and they abandon that? It's kind of what happened with North Point. When Avalon was built, they lost some of their great stores. And then we had COVID, and then talking to some people, we had Amazon come along, and it hurt. And actually, the last 3 years, all I've heard is that we're not going to do anything with the mall, so I don't blame tenants for not wanting to stay here, because they're being told the mall's not going to be here. I think if we put a little more effort in the mall, they could have saved it better. I mean, look at Perimeter Mall. They've come around quite a bit. North Point, not North Point, Mall of Georgia. That place is booming. Phipps and Lenox are booming. It's just a matter of the effort you want to put into it. So I'm not saying no, I'm just still on the fence, and I want to see more. I want more commitment. If we're going after the hockey fan, the 35, 36-year-old fan, why are we doing 65% of the apartments as a 1-bedroom? Why aren't we doing 2, 3 for families to come here and stay? You know, and we need permanent properties, permanent places to live here, not just apartments. I know apartments, you can change the rent every year, so if you need more money, you can increase rent. I understand that. Everything's a business, but let's kind of balance that with the residents that live here. So anyways, that's it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Anyone else in opposition? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, ask the applicant, give you 5 minutes for rebuttal.
We've heard a lot tonight, and you all have a land use decision before you. As you think about this land use decision, I'm going to ask you to indulge me and think back to the North Point Mall in the 90s. Think about the holiday season shopping. I'm pretty confident some of you were there. I was there. 1997, law school break. I worked at the mall. I may have even helped you. But when I think about it, I think about the energy and the people and the excitement. And we've heard tonight about all of the different memories that people have from this regional destination. And when you get down to it, 36 years ago, the mayor and city council made a decision to approve the North Point Mall master plan to create a regional destination. This is what North Point is. It's not a small suburban shopping center. It was constructed as one of the largest malls in the country when it was built. So it was always a significant and substantial place. And we have a program before you tonight to reimagine and recreate the vision that 30 years ago was adopted. It's just taking a different form. And so as you think about the land use decision, I want you to think about the fact that the current zoning is planned shopping center. That zoning district is outdated. And there is no dispute that the mall, and you've heard the numbers tonight, has lost significant value in the last 5 years. I did some research because I was curious, and from what I could tell, the last regional mall in the country was built in 2006. It's the Turkey Creek Mall in Arkansas. This is the type of use that just no longer fits the market. It doesn't fit what people are craving. What North Point has always been, and what we hope it will continue to be, is clearly stated in the city's comprehensive plans that have been adopted over the last several decades. And if you go back and look, in fact, it says it in Horizons 2040 plan, the #1 priority redevelopment area is to, quote, preserve North Point area as a regional destination. And that's the same language that's been used for decades. The regional destination is the plan before you tonight. It's a vibrant, new, significant place for people to create memories, for people to enjoy sports and entertainment, for offices to locate, for people to visit, and for residents to live in Alpharetta. So we ask you tonight to reimagine North Point. The scale and scope that we have presented tonight absolutely fits with the regional destination. We want the type of energy that you can think back of the busiest holiday season when you were maybe having to circle the mall because all of those parking spaces were full. That's what that property was designed for. And the plans that you have before you are reimagining North Point as a regional destination for the future. So we appreciate the tremendous time and effort that you all and the staff have put into this. We greatly appreciate the residents who have come out to express their support, And we've made changes to the plan, admittedly not all of them, but we have listened to and incorporated feedback, and the plan before you today has incorporated community and stakeholder feedback. So we're asking for your approval with the 3 conditions change that we provided to you earlier in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn this over to the board now for discussion and or comment. I'm going to ask if Mike or Kathy or both of you have a couple of questions for you, and then we'll proceed with the discussions. We've had a lot tonight, and so grateful you've been patient with us here. It's almost 11 o'clock, so make sure you're out here before, hopefully midnight. Kathy, the first question I had is on this. Are you okay? You need some water? You may want some water. The accommodations, I think we know your response to 3D in terms of the hybrid hotel, but if you can just comment on their proposed changes to those 3.
Yeah, so the condition change, oh, let me get a copy of that. I think I left, you want me to comment on all 3 of those?
Yes.
So they're requesting a change to 3D, and staff still is recommending the 2 full service versus the change that they've requested with the hybrid. And then on 12 is asking for the city to be responsible for the maintenance of the stormwater park. Now, the stormwater park, they will get impact fee credits to build that, but it's such a small portion of it. We didn't want to have daily maintenance for that small portion. We understand there will be maintenance by the city once it's a total 14-acre park and all of that stormwater park is built out. But you're talking about building 3 acres of it at this point, so we didn't want to have that responsibility for the daily maintenance. We would have maintenance, we would have requirements if there was a structural repair, if concrete breaks, just like it does at the Alpha Loop, we have to replace it. But we didn't want to have to go out there and take care of landscaping or pick up trash during the week. Certainly up to the board, and then I can talk to our Parks Director about what extent that would be time-wise, but staff is recommending to stay with 12, R12. And then 15, we're fine with the change. We had put in there that the developer shall provide an interactive water feature. This is something that we had conditioned because of what we see, all the activity that you see at City Center. And then we had picked the location to install that, but we're not tied to a specific location. Any of the parks that they find that works the best, we support. So although we don't support the change to 3D and 12, we do support the change to 15.
I have the next question, and this is my other question, is regarding the for sale. I know your recommendation is approved without any for sale. What motivated you? That's not the right word. What factors did you consider? Do you look at other for sale within the immediate vicinity as
Right.
part of a mixed-use development? But if you can walk us through the reasoning or discussion regarding that.
Do you mean the reason why we didn't recommend a for sale? So we put a for sale in here as one of the master plan areas shall be limited to the following uses. And we included for rent and for sale. Because of our research, when we looked at other sports entertainment districts, we just didn't see a for sale component. And Commissioner Reynolds had brought up like the Henry. That came 10 years later at the Battery, and they only have 54 for sale condos. So it's not something that I have seen with our research that they've included within a lot of sports districts. I do see that it's something that it comes later, but I can't predict what year that is. So our recommendation was for the rental as they requested.
Okay, I promised that was my only question, so I won't have a follow-up.
But the rental, your 1,385 is a significant amount of rental. I mean, that's a lot of density right there. And so you're in favor of putting that many rentals there? I mean, it couldn't be reduced to 900 to 1,000?
Yeah, so we looked at the applicant's request, and we are in favor of the request. Several reasons, and if you look at it, it's in line with our previous recommendations. If you look at the 2022, we recommended 650 rentals, and that was for half of the mall getting redeveloped, so this is for the entire. So very, very much on track with our previous recommendations. Also, we did a lot of research of looking at other mall redevelopments. I mean, and I talked about it earlier, the closest one that's a mixed use is in Johns Creek, and it's at 17, a little over 17 units to the acre. This is 14 units to the acre, which staff is recommending is an appropriate density at a regional location that has access to MARTA. It actually has parks that are being added, 26 acres now of civic and amenity space. So we also look to see, is it a good place to live? If you put people there, is it a place that they're going to have access to amenities? So I think that's how we came up with our recommendation. Also, of course, we followed, we have the 6832, so we tried to put that staggered for different years so that it's not all built at once.
Any other questions? Well, it's up to the board.
I actually just have some maybe housekeeping questions on some conditions.
Same here. Same
Yeah,
question.
okay, all right, I'll go first, and then you can follow me up if I've missed anything. The condition 3E, which states for rent residential, if the National Hockey League awards a franchise team to the North Point site up to 1,385 rental units, shall be eligible for a CO based on available units by year as depicted in the chart. I typically remember also seeing language about LDPs referenced.
Yes, you're correct. So it would make sense if you wanted to add that, shall be eligible for an LDP, and a CO would be based on the available units by year.
By year, and continue with
Yes.
that, okay.
But real quick on that, just on that.
Mhm.
I thought we were going down a path where Commissioner Reynolds and yourself, and I was thinking similarly about making a condition to where the entire development was contingent on the awarding of an NHL team, not just the for rent units.
I agree, and we are, my intention is to still discuss that as a board and have that represented in the beginning of the conditions. But when we're talking about the COs, I think we need to also reflect the LDP language as well. And let's see what else I have, Kathy. Condition 12, which is speaking about the stormwater park. I know that the staff report reflect a rendering in your staff report, you reflected a rendering that depicted the exact acreage and what the enhancements would be, but there isn't any reference in the condition to that rendering. So my suggestion is that we add in the first sentence at the end of including trails, landscaping, and overlook as depicted in the plan and the staff report.
Yes, one on page 20, yes.
Yep. Do I need to say page 20?
It could.
Okay.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay. All right. And a few more, hold on. Okay. Okay. Condition 30, which is the Alpha Loop. So I think I understood that there was agreement from the applicant to consider your updated rendering where the loop is aligning with the stormwater park there?
So it could be as presented by staff. And then what we'll do, if it moves forward, is we'll assign an exhibit. And before it goes to council, we would say as presented by staff, shown on exhibit, whatever that is.
Okay. And I don't recall if on your plan you included the 12-foot wide component, if that plan that you showed us where the alignment is, if there's anything on that plan that says 12-foot wide, 15 feet wide.
15.
Sorry.
There isn't.
Okay, so we need to add that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then I think my last one is condition 55. Developer operator shall implement a shared mobility strategy to reduce surface lot density and traffic congestion on adjacent arterials. Shouldn't we have something here that indicates as approved by staff?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
That's a fancy bus requirement. Shuttle service.
The mobile
Yes.
strategy?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Mobility strategy,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
What condition was that?
55.
55?
I thought it says as approved by staff, so I don't.
Not on mine.
Oh, my.
Or
No, it
yours?
doesn't.
Okay,
It doesn't
Ellie's
have
got
it
an
on
updated version. All right, let me see. That's it for me on the conditions, clarification.
Are you going to talk about the other condition? That you and Todd talked about?
Oh,
We talked
yeah,
about-
we can talk about it now. Thank you.
Just a point of order.
Hold on.
When we make a motion, you can change. And
Oh, I understand.
Okay, all right.
Sure. So in what we were discussing earlier, my recommendation was to add a condition that indicated that the entire plan was subject to the NHL awarding a franchise to the North Point site. Kathy had suggested considering it, adding it to the development and regulations. I'm more inclined to put it in the first condition, condition number 1, because I think it's paramount to the entire plan that it is conditioned on the NHL coming. So my recommendation would be to add at the end of except as modified by these conditions and contingent on the NHL awarding a franchise team to the North Point site by August 24th, 2031.
And you can make a motion and state that.
I will.
And if anybody would like to suggest a friendly amendment, they can do that.
And we're okay with the 2031 date instead of changing it to 3 years? Okay.
8/24/2031. I'd still like to have conversations about the for sale component, so I don't know if the board is interested in talking through that anymore. I feel like that is a key component, and technically, this site has entitlements for 300 for sale component, for sale units. And I would certainly be interested in perhaps a Phase 3, adding that to a Phase 3 component. But I feel strongly that a for sale component is important to the overall viability of the site.
Are you suggesting adding for sale in Phase 3?
Yes, I would like to do that, yes.
So Karen, are you suggesting reducing the for rent by 300 in order to give them the 300 for sale units? Or you?
Well, that's a consideration. I'd like to hear from the board. I think this is something that, we know that they've got entitlements for 300 for sale. I think that a Phase 3, adding that into Phase 3 would certainly be acceptable to me, and I'm interested in hearing what other folks have to say.
I would agree with you on that. I think, we are a unique city and a community, and we pride ourselves in that, and we don't necessarily want to be a Junior Buckhead, Sandy Springs, or a Dunwoody. And we've usually always tied a mixed use with for sale and rent. So I don't think it's asking a lot of the applicant to consider adding 300 for sale units in Phase 3.
You can certainly make a motion, and then if others would like to amend it, they can, or offer an alternative.
Commissioner Reynolds, are you suggesting that for number one, that if they don't get the NHL franchise, that the project doesn't go forward? Is that the way you're?
Yes.
Todd, did you want to clarify any conditions?
To be honest with you, I had a hard time keeping up with the edits. It wasn't exactly clear to me where we were agreeing on certain edits in, 5-sentence paragraphs. So I'm going to yield to, I wasn't able to keep track of it.
I think you had the most questions and the conditions. If you can walk them through and either make a motion or
Okay, I'll make a motion
have
and.
everybody
and-
clear on it.
Yep, we can go from there. I make a motion to approve MP-26-06/Z26-05/V-26-04/H North Point Sports and Entertainment, subject to the following conditions, and I will recap my suggested changes. Condition number 1, approximately 98.5 acres shall be zoned to MU and developed substantially similar to the site plan as prepared by Kimley Horn, 7/30/26, except as modified by these conditions and contingent on the NHL awarding a franchise team to the North Point site by August 24th, 2031. No changes to condition number 2. No changes to condition 3A, B, C, D, D, 3D, under the first sentence, hotel maximum 650 rooms shall be permitted in 2 freestanding or mixed-use mixed use limited to retail on first floor buildings, no greater than 20 stories or 300 feet, whichever is less. And no changes to the rest of the condition. 3E, making a change to the first sentence. If the National Hockey League awards a franchise team to the North Point site, up to 1,085 for-rent units shall be eligible for a LDP NCO based on the available units by year as depicted in the for-rent request recommended CO table, and have it continue on. And then I would add a condition number 3H, current entitlements of the 300 for sale units shall be incorporated into the site plan as a component in Phase 3. And then no changes to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all remain the same. Condition number 12, developer shall improve the stormwater park on its property, including trails, landscaping, and overlook as depicted in the staff plan on page 20.
Just real quick, that was added to the end of the first sentence as depicted.
Including trails, landscaping, and overlook, and then added as depicted.
Okay.
And no changes to, yep, moving on to, actually, no, I'm going to move over to condition number 30. Developer shall construct the Alpha Loop through the site and located within the loop road as depicted on the plan as prepared by staff, with final design, location, and alignment materials as approved by staff. The sentence continues, and the last sentence I'll add, Alpha Loop width is 15 feet wide throughout the site. As the last sentence in condition number 30. And then moving on to condition number 55. Developer operators shall implement a shared mobility strategy to reduce surface lot density and traffic congestion on adjacent arterials as approved by staff. And no changes to the remaining conditions. That ends my motion.
I'll second it.
I have a question.
We have a motion has been made and properly seconded. Any further discussion?
There is one. Back on the go back to number 1 again. On that number 1 condition, is the condition as modified saying there can be no activity on the site until the NHL franchise is awarded? Is that what it's trying to say? Yes. Okay.
I've got a friendly amendment, and it relates to the applicant's edit of number 15, which staff is okay with. And so I think that would translate to, let's see here. So in number 15, where it says interactive water feature in, we would then, as the applicant has in their markup, strike out North Point Green near the intersection of North Point Center East and North Point Circle and adjacent to the practice facility or an alternate. Let's see here. Yeah, I think we can just say a location as approved by staff, because then the sentence would, shall provide an interactive water feature in a location as approved by staff.
Right. And you're going to keep the last sentence in there?
Yes.
Yes. I'll accept that.
Okay.
Jill?
Yeah, I'll just say,
Jill, do you have to accept it?
I accept it too, Todd.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Reynolds. I appreciate that. So just some discussion on the motion. I am supportive of the motion except for the 300 for sale units. And that is in, let's see, that is 3G, or the newly proposed 3H. The reason for that is both staff and the applicant have said that the only for sale option here would be condos. We don't have a great track record with for sale condos in the city. And I just believe the market knowledge of the staff and the applicant, you know, I would love for it all to be. I'd love all 1,385 to be for sale, but something tells me that's not practical with the market based on what I'm hearing from staff and what I'm hearing from the applicant. So I have a hard time overruling that. So that's my feedback. Otherwise, I'm good with the motion to approve. I support the plan.
I support the plan as well, except I have a fundamental problem with rewriting as a developer, and I'm not developing the property. But I did say earlier, this is an investment for both of us. I also believe, which has always been a problem, as soon as you mention the A word, people freak out here. And that's been for 20 plus years. And the facts, and a lot of it, some true, most of it probably not. I mean, from a statistical standpoint, this is the population we have today in apartments. The average age is 35 years old. The median income is $95,000 to $120,000 a year. This isn't Metro Atlanta. This is the city of Alpharetta. Over 60% have bachelor's degrees or more. The average length of stay in an apartment here in Alpharetta is 2.5 to 3 years. And the average household is 1.7 to 2 folks. Just from a statistical standpoint, 1 and 2 bedrooms make up close to 80% of all apartments. Now, with that said, I believe if we turn the clock back to 2021, 2022, and even some of 2023, this is a different discussion. Karen's proposal is dead on in those years. We've gone through a major problem in the housing market as far as condos. Not necessarily townhomes, but condos for sure, no question. They are priced higher. It's the affordability because of the insurance requirements. You know, your average condo right now, in what price range they would probably put out, is probably $400 to $500 a month. That's just HOA. With awful, in my opinion, I'm trying to think of what you have to pay until the insurance pays, deductibles. And my point was about 8 years ago when I asked the question, things change. And I can assure you, if condos come back in the market in the next 8 years, then it would behoove our developer, because let's face it, these are nice people. They've done a great presentation, but they're in it for the money, no question. That's why they're here, not just for the kindness for us. And if that time changes over the next 8 years, I think that they will do what we all want. And I, you know, even though I gave you the stats on apartments, there is definitely truth to for ownership. Statistically, higher education, less crime, and very successful and very community-oriented the more that you have for own homes. So I am all for that point. You know, my alternative would be, okay, if you believe that times can change in 8 years, we say, look, by 2029, you only get 500 apartments. You already got 3, so you get 200 more. Plus, you're probably not going to start anyway. And based on the timeline chart, what was that chart that we? The phasing. Yeah, the phasing. I don't think you're going to be starting any before that anyway, according to the phasing, by your chart, not mine. And then by 2030, we maybe take that number up to 600. 4 years from now, we're talking about 600 apartments. Get to look at the market, see what's going. Do we have a hockey team? How's the rest of the project going? And by the way, coincidentally, the 2 buildings that you pointed out in the, what'd you call it, phasing, happen to be, by your admission, 2 buildings, 300 apartments in each building. Oh, I'm right there. I'm not going outside the box. For 2030. You know, 2032, 950, and by 2034, if financially it works, because you won't build it if it doesn't, 1385. But it's, you know, the layering, I really liked Mr. Perry's thing of layering. I want this project to be successful. And yes, I do believe townhomes would make it successful, but today, it's going to be a little tough. 4 years from now, maybe a different story. Condos, same thing, maybe a different story. But if we phase it out, at least the developer who is about the money, because that's why they're here, are going to do what's the most profitable thing. And I can tell you, single-family houses and condos and townhomes prior to, let's just call it the housing slowdown of 2025, 2026, they moved pretty quick. That's a fact. So I am absolutely that we need to do something in North Point. I'm absolutely believe that the project can do well. And we had a comment, and I want to make sure we're really clear on this. Avalon did not cannibalize North Point. Totally 2 different stores, or stores within it. It's developed different, and people have heard me quote this. Avalon is the Rodeo Drive of Alpharetta. The same stores there are not going to be cannibalized by a place that has an 18,000 hockey arena. It's going to be a different thing. It's going to be probably very similar for those of us who go to the Battery quite often, probably very similar to that, same kind of stores. I was in Nashville this past weekend, probably the same kind of stores. I didn't see Collars & Co., I didn't see Peter Millar, I didn't see Lululemon in Nashville. Probably was there, but I didn't see that. So I don't see the cannibalization happening. I hope you consider my amendment. Everything else, and going as far as your, the staff report, I can definitely do without 3D. And I mean, I would rather go with staff, but that's me. 12, whatever Karen, you and Jill want to do on this thing. And the same thing on 15. But yeah, I don't want to put a restriction on the housing type that we are, if this was like, they're going to start building next month, I am 100% behind you. I wouldn't even have thought. But I think time may get us exactly where you want. And what I don't want to do is kill this, this proposition when we're looking 8 years from now.
So Commissioner Aiken, I just want to,
Just to be clear, I didn't make any changes to the condition 3D. I just added a clarification that staff asked, but it's staff's condition.
So DC, as we're discussing this, I hear your point and you make some valid points, but I've never known a developer not want to build rentals. That's why we tie for use, for sale component normally to mixed-use developments, because they don't want to build usually for sale. They want to build for rent. So I understand what you're saying about looking backwards, but if we give them a condition that says we would like for them to build 300 units in, well, I don't know what in phase 3, if it doesn't work, they can come back and change the condition, right?
They can ask to change it.
Yeah, they can ask to change the condition.
And I truly understand that. And what I'm saying, Jill, is that the housing here, and we're talking about, let's just call it 1,400, because my public school, Fulton County math, can only think so much. But if the average person is, there's 2 people in an apartment, we're talking about 2,800 people over the next 8 years. I don't think 2,800 people are going to make a huge impact on our economy, but it definitely pays bills for them. As far as a developer wanting to build apartments versus, it depends on the location. We are blessed because of our current council, our mayor, in previous councils and previous planning commissions, that we are in the position that we are, and which is a good place to be. Those folks are smart enough to know, and I agree with you, Jill, that, yeah, they certainly could come and ask for a rezoning that they want to put, or if we put 300, they can come back and ask us, hey, we can't make this work. But we're also, in theory, that works. In theory, I get it. But in practicality, they've got this area that, let's say the economy doesn't change. I think it will, but I can't see out 8 years. And like I said, you know what I do. I'm supposed to be able to look at a crystal ball, but mine doesn't go out 8 years. It's more of a snow globe 8 years from now. And, you know, if we get we get back to the housing part, we get back to affordable housing, I think that'll happen. But it's just, I have a hard time changing. I don't have a problem changing conditions. We all done it. But this is a major financial condition change.
agreed.
I would agree with you also. I'm going to keep going back to number one. I'm not sure if I'm hearing this right, but to handcuff them and say, hey, look, you can't do anything until you get an NHL franchise, I mean, that's 2 years away. So
I don't know if we know how long it is.
maybe 4 years away.
Well, so
But the mall needs some work, and I think this is a good plan. I don't think they're starting it shabby and saying, "Hey, we're going to go from there." I'm not concurrent on adding the for sale component. I'm thinking that if for sale works, it'll be done around the mall, because there is for sale condos right across from the dead old Sears, right by, I think it's Buffalo Wild Wings, that we approved and was approved by the city council. I've driven through there lately. I think that there other development will come through. I don't like the idea of handcuffing them and saying, look, if you don't get this NHL, you know, you can't do a thing. I think that something needs to be done, and the numbers are obvious, that the mall is gradually going down. It's not going to go away completely, but it's going down. And I think that they have a really, for the most part, it's a visionary plan. We think this is what it's going to look like. I think a lot of development is probably 95% of, we think this is what it's going to look like, and maybe 5% changes at the end. So I have a hard time supporting the change of adding the for sale, even though I like for sale myself. And I also don't like handcuffing them to, you've got to get the NHL franchise to move on.
But Commissioner Perkins, I just want to offer, I want to rewind to what Ms. Cook mentioned about the contingency. You know, she had the contingency there on the for rent, but she acknowledged, and I don't know, maybe we asked the applicant this, that they would likely not want to undertake the massive investment to tear down the existing mall structure and start building when so many components in the plan tie back to the NHL team, like the rink, like the practice rink, and other things. And so her forecast was that the applicant would not want to move forward and break ground until that event were to occur, the awarding of an NHL team. So we would just be codifying that. I might also say on that point, I think the public that I've run into, members of the public, they see it, this plan, and I do as well, as less risky if it is contingent on the NHL team, instead of trying to go without the NHL team and start building from today's plan.
I would concur with that, and I would also reiterate that in the two CZIMs that were held, it was communicated very clearly that the entire plan that was being presented was contingent on the NHL coming.
So they are zoned for retail, so if phase one is to move retail, relocate, they're just moving around retail, they're already allowed, so they can start for that aspect, because that's phase one.
I guess the question is, does it make a difference to add that addition requirement on condition one, or just leave it as it's memorialized under E?
I'm in
3E.
favor of making it very clear, and so I'm in favor of leaving the amendment.
Well, but based on what Ms. Cook says, they're already entitled to address the retail, so it doesn't make practical sense to have that condition one if they're allowed and entitled to start with retail anyway.
Even with condition one, they're zoned for retail, so they can,
Right.
even with that condition, they don't have to wait for a franchise to move retail around. That's something they need to do.
Okay, so they can move forward and
Yeah.
do some, okay, all right,
With
well, that's
retail.
different. No, all right, thank you.
She said they can't.
They can.
They can, right.
With
right,
retail.
Right, right.
Yeah. Which
So-
is the first phase anyway.
So then my current feedback is I'm not for the for sale condition, and I'm not for a new condition one saying every single thing is contingent on the award of an NHL team. Otherwise, I'm good.
I would concur with that.
All right, either we can offer a friendly amendment to the motion or offer a substitute motion, and we'd have to vote on the substitute before we go to the primary. So
I'm going to start
what
with
is-
friendly. I'd like
Okay.
to make a friendly amendment, Commissioner Richard, to your motion to approve with all the conditions that you mentioned, with the exception of the new condition one, or the addition to condition one, and 3H that focuses on the 300 for-sale units.
I will not accept.
All right, then I'll make a substitute motion to approve MP-26-06-06-05/CU-26-04/V-26-08 North Point Sports and Entertainment District. And do you want me to list all those condition edits again?
I think since it's on record, you can just mention.
So as
what
per,
change.
as per the conditions that were just read by Commissioner, Richard, Commissioner Richard, except for removing the new condition 1 that would, the edit to condition 1 that would make everything contingent on the award of an NHL team, and removing condition 3H that focused on the 300 for-sale units.
Point of clarification, I think there was an edit to condition E related to the for-rent units, reducing that number from 1,385 to 1,085. I just want to make sure that the commission's aware of that.
I'm not following that. I'm not following that.
But my understanding of your motion was that you reduced the number of for-rent units in condition 3E in your original motion from 1,385 for-rent units to 1,085 for-rent units.
That's correct.
Okay, I missed that. So my motion would be for condition E to read as staff presented it to us tonight without that edit from Commissioner Richard.
I'm a second.
Is that motion clear to you?
Yes, I'll re-listen to the recording, but it's clear.
Is it clear to the board? All right, any further discussion? So we have to vote on that. All in favor, please raise your right hand. His substitute motion. All right, I'll ask again. All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. Any other matter to discuss? Hearing none, I'm going to adjourn the meeting and appreciate you coming and waiting this long with us. Council will make the final decision on August the 24th. They can change anything. Please come back and make your comments. Thank you.
Boy, so how long was that? That was right.
I think it's 4, 3.